That was sad. All right.
Well, I think a lot of people were kind of watching the commentary.
How did he impact you, Serendipity?
My daughter has a condition. She's a female, and she comes by her bleeding heart, honestly, from her mama. And try as I might, that little bleeding heart of hers, was definitely tending to sway her to a lot of social justice or perceived injustices. And she stumbled across Charlie Kirk. And that changed her perspective on everything. So that's how Charlie Kirk impacted me personally the most.
Was there one issue or perspective that he had that was an aha moment for her?
It was all of them, because she is very much also a critical thinker. Like, she loves to debate with her brothers and take on different positions and protect, like, she likes to argue against the position that she wants to argue against. And so she was just completely enamored with Charlie's debating style. I mean, she binged on him when she found him. Completely enamored by him. So, yeah.
That reminds me, so your daughter's older than Megyn Kelly's kids, but Megyn Kelly, the podcaster, she was talking about, she's very famous herself, and she interviews very famous people, and she was saying that her kids, who I think are, the oldest one is 14 maybe, she said her kids, when they found out Charlie Kirk was coming on her show, which he's been on many times, were starstruck. Oh, we want to meet him. Can you, and she was using that as an example of just the impact that he had and the star power he had with the younger generations.
Yeah. And, she was absolutely one of those that, when he was shot, like, I begged her not to go online and look at the videos. I'd already made the mistake of seeing them, but yeah, she truly grieved over him,
So are any prominent Democrats at all at the funeral?
That is such a good question. That's a really good question. That'll be interesting.
Hello, my name is George Dean here, and welcome to Politics on the Prairie. We have a great guest today, congressional candidate John Kitover. How are you doing today, John?
George, I'm doing great. How are you doing today?
I'm doing real good too. I see you got the whole campaign, the headquarters going there.
I do. I've got a lot of phones set up. I've got a lot of YouTubes going, Instagram. house. I try to do a lot of mass communication for the campaign at home.
I saw that. That's how you got on my radar. Was all social media. You're probably way better connected on that aspect than your opponent, fellow Hood. Why don't you tell us a little bit about yourself?
Sure. I live in Chicago, 42 years old, and I'm a graduate of the Citadel.
So I have 6 grandchildren, and when they were all born, so each one of them got a big journal when they were all born. And I write probably 3 or 4 times a year in each of their journals. And I just said, like tell them like how old they are, what they look like, what they, are interested in, or anything that's going on. So I'm writing in Avery's journal right now. She's 10 years old. She's homeschooled. She called me the other day and asked me if I enjoyed reading Shakespeare. Like, you're like 10 years old. And she's very smart. But I'm writing to her, and I'm telling her about Charlie, because I will give this to her when she's 18, and I want her to know, and she can look up, she can read about him, but she won't know now because they're very sheltered since they're homeschooled. But yeah, that's kind of a neat thing to do right now.
Does anyone know how long this entire service is supposed to be? Like when it's supposed to conclude?
I mean, there's so many more speakers than what they said. Like, I mean, the regular speakers haven't even got up yet. I don't know how it's going to go forever, I would think. Yeah, it's probably the biggest event that I think I've ever seen. And please, guys, if you guys want to watch this or you want to go watch some and come back, or if you've got stuff to do, please don't think that you need to stay. Because I know life is busy and it's Sunday.
Now look, there's only 2 things you can get in the afterlife. You can get justice or you can get grace. Ladies and gentlemen, does anyone in here, does anybody out?
What's that? You gotta be careful that way. So I went to this great big dance. Albuquerque had an outdoor international music festival last night, and this one woman who was from Brazil, she wanted to wind up the crowd, and she said that every 23 minutes in Brazil, a Brazilian gets killed. She says she's got a pending visa. She's been waiting a year so far. She wants to get into the U.S. I'm like, I don't want you here. Check you out. She was a lesbian. She admits to being a lesbian. But what a forceful bitch.
Well, she was a musician?
She seemed dangerous to me.
She was a musician?
Yeah, good one too. Very good. Good singer. She was the only there was only 3 a white drummer, so he probably came from Albuquerque and, rounded out her little trio. But she's the only one that got people up dancing. The other band didn't sing. They just played these really cool electric, it was like a great big bowl with strings. Something I'd never seen before. Anyway, it was nice. My neighbor and I went together. He's the same age as I am. One month younger. And real fit guy. Hey, that body on your AI had you looking real fit.
Mom, it's a video, okay? But I gotta get to work and get to the gym. So what else is important that you want to talk about?
Just wanted to also remind you and extend, if you still wanted to come just for a couple of days, Farron's coming now for 2 days. Maybe you want to come.
Well, I would just put that as a
I got a
tentative
ticket
no.
for you.
Oh, I know. I'm just telling you that as of now, it's a tentative no. I just can't logistically do it, so I would have to mark me down as a no on that RSVP note. I apologize.
Speaking of my granddaughter, she
Okay.
is, like I said, she's
I will
homeschooled,
say that for
and the school
Thanksgiving or
systems have
Christmas, that
stopped
would probably be one
teaching
I'd be
cursive
able to fly down
writing.
there.
And when I heard
That would
this,
probably
I was
just be you and
like
I then, 'cause
appalled.
Sam, I know,
All
is
kids should
having,
learn cursive. And so they went ahead and added it to her homeschool curriculum. And I got a letter yesterday or Friday
going to the Ellensburg.
from Avery, and she had done the letter. She had done the envelope herself, and had written me,
So you
like,
would just be
just
here
a
with
little
me.
bit
You
off.
should be fine.
Dear Grandma, I am writing cursive.
Might not
And
want
it
to do
was
that,
so
but
cute. It's like her little letters formed,
Yeah,
and
that's
so
probably
I'm gonna get her a fountain pen, a real fountain pen.
That's the worst time in the world to travel then.
Well, I don't know. Christmas and Thanksgiving in Albuquerque is pretty nice. I'd be happy to get out of Chicago.
Well, that's true. I never forgot that stinking trip we went to San Diego and couldn't get back, or I couldn't get back for 2 days. That was frightening.
Yeah, traveling can cause increased stress levels. Big
What do you
time.
think of Trump putting that $100,000 entry fee for foreign countries coming over here to work?
Yeah,
You like
good.
it?
Yeah, good. Tax them because these corporations are getting away with tax evasion.
Right. I love that. That was a good one. And today's a big memorial. You might find it on Live Now. Trump attended Arizona Memorial for Charlie Kirk. That guy was a real inspiration to the young people to motivate their thinking one way or the other. He gave them platform information to study their own opinions, and that was very valuable to have a person
Oh,
willing
okay,
to do
there's
that to help
Trump
our college
waving to
students
people
out.
on camera.
I feel very bad about that.
Hey everybody, go to johnforcongress.com. Thanks for being here. Take the deepest breath of the day.
He was murdered by a
Hold it for 10 seconds.
brain rotted out young person who, I think it's directly because of cell phones and all these platforms that can brainwash you. I thank God that I grew up basically. I remember when I got my first text message, and it was just this, you had to push the button 3 times to get to the letter. So think about how communication has changed. The ability to really brainwash, demoralize, and rot out somebody's soul and destroy their life. It can be delivered to you in the palm of your hand through your cell phone. There's no other way to get the virus. It's a mind virus. Many young men
That's a
try.
good way of putting it.
Many-
Mind virus.
It is a
And
mind
they
virus.
can spend
start regulating cell phones and the information that people are consuming on them. There's all these apps, like, you probably don't know what these companies are, but the young kid who shot Charlie Kirk was radicalized on an app called Discord.
Saw that.
Yeah, also Telegram. So there's just a lot of extremist groups on those apps on the left and the right, and it can polarize somebody and make them extremely fearful and extremely angry and radicalize somebody to commit murder. You know, look what happened to Charlie Kirk. So
Yeah. Did you see that his weapon was an antique?
yeah,
I wonder where he got his hands on that.
it was
His
his
parents
grandfather's.
probably know.
It was his grandfather's.
Oh, was it?
Yeah, he kept writing in text messages to his gay lover boy. Back at home saying, I don't know how I'm going to explain this to my father. Oh, he's good. I don't know how to explain this to dad. You know, because, like, he's just a kid, you know? And, but he knew he was screwed because, you know, he lost the gun. So his dad and his grandfather would have known it was him.
Well, what couldn't he, what did he want to explain to his father that he couldn't do it?
No, he was going to try to keep it a secret, but he unfortunately lost the rifle. He couldn't recover it. And so his, you know, alibi would blow.
Oh.
He tried to carry
Why
it.
couldn't he recover it? He told his boyfriend where it was.
Well, you'll have to read the letter. I don't really want to discuss it with you right now, but if you take the time to listen and do some research and find the articles, you can listen to it all. I don't have it in front of me to read to. But anyways, that's my schedule, but the campaign here is going good. We are over 700 signatures now, so there's a good chance we get on the ballot in March.
How many do you need?
700.
Oh, you're there.
Yeah, we're there.
Can't hurt to get a few extra, huh?
Yeah, if I could get another 700, that is probably what it would take to effectively beat any challenge to the signatures.
What about going to the train platform where people
It works against me.
leave from every day?
Yep, I've heard of these things called trains, but there's a calendar in Rockford of all their major events for September, October, so I need to review that calendar and drive up there. I'm probably going to rent a car because the last time I drove my car on the highway, it was rattling really badly. So, plus my battery died the other day at Superdog, and this car is nothing but the 24-year-old deteriorating problem. So I don't feel comfortable driving there in it and getting back safely. So I'm gonna.
Well, maybe it just needs a total look over, you know?
Yeah, I've had new brakes put on, I had new tires put on, and I told the guy, he's like, your tires probably aren't secure enough, you know, so I need to bring it back in. But for me, I just want to do like a 24-hour trip, so I can rent a car for 2 days, get a hotel room or an Airbnb, and myself, I can get 100 signatures, and I have to pick up the petitions from the girl that I've been paying who's been working for me. And she's going to Minnesota on Tuesday, Wednesday, so I want to get there tomorrow before she goes on her trip, because who knows, maybe I'll never see her again and not get the petitions that she's worked so hard to get. So yeah.
Okay, I'll let you concentrate. Just thought you were really cute in that little campaign.
That's the
video.
point.
Cute.
That's the point, to be funny, to be cute, to be nice, to be kind, you know, but to use technology for communication, because people's attention spans are 3 seconds. That's it. That's all you get. It's 3 seconds with somebody. After that,
Here's where it appealed to me. You bothered to put your tight shirt and tight pants on to show off your efforts, and you were rewarded from all your workout, and you had
All lies,
a
Mr.
happiness in
Dinehard.
your face.
I think you're very little for the interview. Have to get back to getting signatures and
like
petitions. Have a good
dance.
Sunday.
You were a little bit light on your feet, so you must have been somewhat on your toes.
You know, it's a video that I didn't actually do that, right? You know, I've already told you it's a picture. You upload a picture, and then it creates a video. So that's not me dancing. That is an AI video. Watch it again closely, and you'll say, you know what? That is obviously not him. That is a video creation done by a computer at Google.
Well, don't change your hippiness on your face.
I get
That's what
it.
I was charmed
I
by.
get it. But next time you watch it, you'll see it. You'll say, oh, I see it now. It's all. This isn't real.
Even like the background. Did you create the background at least?
It's a little bit like my background, but I can send you the picture that I used to create that video.
No, I like what I saw.
How did you get it? Did Samantha text it to you?
Yeah, she sent it to me this morning when I woke up. There it was.
So wait, what's your cell phone number that I can text you at?
Is that the artist's name? Or is their name The Blessing, or is the song name The Blessing? It's beautiful.
Damn site screen. You can barely see anything in it.
Oh, I understand.
Is that what you mean?
No, I was
She
saying, how
gave
did?
me her cell phone.
No,
To
so
give
what
me?
did she email you?
Yeah.
That's how you got the video, right? She emailed you?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought she text messaged you.
No. It looked like it came from YouTube.
Yeah.
Okay. She's not leaving today. She leaves tomorrow.
Okay, cool.
And she's driving with this male that Farron probably hired to drive with her to Nevada.
I mean, you kind
And
of
then
make.
she'll drive him.
You think he hired somebody to drive with her?
My guess is who would do that without getting paid? I believe he's a fishing guide. Because she's never drove that thing. And Farron wants to make sure she gets a few miles under her belt and feels comfy.
Oh, I see.
That's my guess.
I don't know, but my internet is really slow. It's really lagging.
I don't know. It's so crazy to
Then
have
he's
such a
probably
big.
flying home on his dime too.
Oh, wow.
I know.
All right. Well, be kind and be loving, and kindness and loving will be returned to
I
you.
think Blessing is the song.
I do feel that way. I feel very,
And she's singing Cody Carnes.
always
Yeah,
ready
yeah, that's elevation worship. Yep.
and with kindness in my heart.
Well, do you remember what happened at your house in Grand Junction when Samantha was crying and screaming, and you two got in a physical fight, and she stormed off and left your house?
Oh no, that wasn't true. That was Shlomo. Samantha was engaged with Shlomo's anger. Samantha actually left Shlomo after that because of how he treated me. Sam and I did not have a fight.
No, you
It was
two.
all Shlomo's rage.
No, she got up in your face crying and screaming, and I think you may even have put your hand on her throat, but she left.
No.
Well, what I'm saying is, I don't look at Samantha as just Samantha anymore. She's transmutated into a different creature known as Samarin, which is a combination of Samantha and Farron. Her new name is Samarin. So just remember, you are no longer just dealing with your daughter. You're dealing with a new creature, a combined person, two people in one known as Samarin. So just remember that you're no longer just addressing your daughter. You are addressing a double identity known as Samarin. That's the way I look at people when they get married. You have to treat them
You're
differently
right.
now.
You're right. And I really actually never thought I'd even see him but for a brief moment because I never even sat down with the guy and had a conversation. I think he was avoiding me at all costs, like continually keeping himself occupied and away from Samantha's and my visit. I never even talked to him. But one thing he did say is that I did a very good job raising Samantha. And I said, well, it's your job now. Please don't mess it up.
Yeah, well, I mean,
You kids are doing pretty good, I gotta say.
trying to tell you is, you know, this is a big thing for Samantha. So if you have to humble yourself and eat a little dirt and zip your mouth and just be a pleasant person and just be a hostess. Like, there's no need to try to crack an egg or even have a conversation. You know, this isn't like Jeannie's hour of power here. I mean, you know, bring him in, take him out. No need to create any drama. That's all I'm saying is, you know, why create drama when there's no need to have drama? If somebody else is going to create drama and you're going to pick up that mind virus, that's a you problem. You have to basically, you know, I'm just saying, I'm sure things will go well, but I'm just saying, based off of my observations, there does seem to be a tendency, you know, for Samantha to
protect her.
Yeah, that she can get upset over something. And the thing is, it's about, you know, you can understand you're very strong and a centered person, but you can be too intense and you can talk too much and you can scream too much.
Her about that Shlomo thing.
Yeah, you can bring it up. She might look back on it now and say, yeah, that was a me problem and I'm sorry that I got so upset with you. But you know, she was...
I'm not looking for any apologies, but I do remember when she got back to LA, she broke up with him because of that incident. Well, it's not just that incident. It was because of his control and manipulation. I'm thankful she got away from that guy.
Yeah.
So is she.
It all works itself out. You know, I never even wanted to have an opinion because you just observe and you wait and see. And you observe and you wait and see. And then you know, people's attitude and their character and their communication always out somebody. It's always what they say and how they say it, which either makes it or breaks it.
Agreed. That's very good. What do you call it? Theory or philosophy?
Yeah, it's people's words matter. How they say it, when they say it, what they're saying. I mean, he was nothing but disrespectful and obnoxious every time I ever observed him around you. He was never polite or courteous or, you know, overly thankful or just pleasant. He was always, why the fuck did you put the non-microwavable plastic in the fucking microwave? You know, it's like...
Wait a minute, here's a better one. Everybody was seated to start passing the dishes around, and I was finally through with bringing it all into the dining table. Remember we sat on a picnic table? Just as I threw my leg over that picnic bench and I had lowered myself, he says, could I get him a cup of tea? And I said, sure, you can get yourself a cup of tea. I was not getting up for that motherfucker. I gave him that nice coach out, brand new carpet on the floor. His dogs ate the rolls. Remember the rolls? I think Linda had put the rolls in that mudroom. Remember when you came in, you'd have to go past through that mudroom before you came in the kitchen?
Yeah.
Linda put the rolls out there, and his dogs were out there, and they ate the crown off of every single roll. Yeah, pretty funny.
That was a tight little garage. I couldn't believe how incredibly condensed it was going up and down that little spiral staircase.
What was you talking about?
In his backyard, where him and
Oh,
Samantha
God,
lived.
yeah. That was frightening, wasn't it?
It was wild. It was, you know, it felt very California, I guess, but it was so tight. It was unbelievable.
Yeah, he had to go straight up, because you didn't have enough footage.
I think everyone's taking a nap. It's been a long day.
Outside, sort of like a little cabinet, and put the staircase on the outside.
Is anyone else like doing laundry or,
Into the inside,
you know, household chores?
You know, he had
It's a
that
rainy
story
day here. I'm trying to decide what I'm gonna get to eat.
He was paying monthly for that fucking piece of metal in the backyard. I was like, what?
It's very beautiful in North Carolina. Sunny Carolina blue skies.
Some people are
Beautiful day.
really, you know, they love their tools. I don't know.
Adam, what do you think? Should we close down and take a break? Then maybe come back?
Yeah, it doesn't sound like a bad idea.
I'm getting her something like 10 o'clock this morning, maybe. Yeah, I just don't think any of us anticipated this many speakers, this much. I don't think the first speaker started yet. So why don't we put people in the audience and stuff? Why don't we just I'm gonna try to come back around 6, and if anybody wants to come, and if not, that's fine too.
Okay.
I think they're gonna bring his wife up next. They're gonna after this video, they're gonna bring up the wife. She's speaking in the but I'll have to get off to watch it anyway, so I'd like to see her. So I think I'm going to get off and watch that, and then maybe try to take a little bit of a rest and come back around 6. And if you guys watch it, and have any thoughts or impressions, come back and let's talk about it. Talk about what we're doing. How's that sound?
Yeah.
Innocent, come back at 6, honey. All right, guys. We'll see you guys at 6 then. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, guys. Thanks for coming.
It's about to come.
But second,
Okay, no,
When is your bedtime? Hi. I'll see you in the morning, honey, okay? I'll see you when you wake up, alright? I love you.
Before he was a leader to millions, he was mine and theirs. I have to say this without getting emotional, but I'm very proud of my husband, and I know many of you are too.
Well, I've never met anyone quite like her. I remember I called Tyler, and I said he's going to have to find talent somewhere else. And Tyler was trying to coach me down because he said that she was way out of my league. He's so right, by the way. I mean, my wife is the best person ever, and she's a patriot. She's a believer. We don't want to have to be accountable to God when this life passes. And he asks, why did you not trust in me and not fight evil? For young people out there, if you want to find meaning, find something worth taking responsibility for.
Yeah, it's been a fun journey, fun ride.
It's just getting started.
Yeah, grateful for you.
Thanks for joining the Charlie Kirk Show.
You're welcome. We should do this more often. He was 18. No money. No map. Only a call from God.
My political journey was in the midst of the Obama craze in Chicago. As someone who is generally conservative, I realized this generation of millennials is going to be the most progressive generation in history if we don't do something about this.
We're into about 15 campuses, and we're growing very, very quickly. And keep in mind, this is not just a flash in the pan movement. We're going to become an institution to give them the power and the confidence to stand up and let their voice be heard.
I was 18, no idea what I was doing, no connections, no money, unlimited energy, enthusiasm, and I actually thought this was possible, which was kind of crazy to think about it. Bill was one of the first people to believe in us at Turning Point USA and believe in me. Having heard me speak, he said, you can't go to college. I said, who are you exactly? He said, whatever you're doing, it's going to be bigger. He said, you're going to start a youth organization that's going to catch the whole world on fire.
Only in America can a young man with a dream change the world.
So starting in that garage in Lamont, Illinois, that Bill had for us at 217.5 Illinois Street, and growing from that forward was a battle. So the first year, it raised $20,000, which at the time was an unbelievable amount of money, right? We didn't have an office. We didn't have a staff. It was just me just traveling the country doing this pure grit, pure energy. And I was driven by core ideas and core principles that we should be thankful, not angry to live in this country. Would you agree? We should be thankful. We should be kissing the ground and say we are the luckiest human beings ever to exist, that we are able to live in this country at this time. America is the greatest country ever to exist, period, bar none. Is the greatest country ever to exist, right?
He loved debate because he loved the truth and the people on the other side of the table, because they all were made in God's image.
So I go to college campuses and there's a lot of error. We're all sinners. We all live in error. We as Christians are called to go into the public arena to correct error with truth. I'm far more interested in what God wants of me than what I want from God. I have the greatest job in the world. I couldn't be happier. Every day I feel as if what I'm saying, what I'm doing is making a difference. To be perfectly honest, I love the debate. I love the exploration of ideas. I think dialogue is a gift given to us by God. Prove me wrong. I have no notes. I have no AI. I have nothing. Tell me why you're correct. For 3 hours, I will sit there and everyone will watch me. It's a gladiatorial match for the best ideas of the West.
And their needs changed him, and he changed them.
Do you see you're being called upon to be a leader, let's say, that's not merely political? That's my understanding of it. Correct. It's an enormous responsibility. Enormous. I also need to balance, as Christ would say, being as much truth, which of course I'm inclined towards, as love. What is God's plan when I go on a college campus? I just believe I will only tell truth, I will not compromise, and I'll love on the lost.
He was no stranger to threats, to being hated, to being doubted, but he went out anyway. For America, for you. He carried his love, but he went out anyway. For America, for you.
That's my mission.
He carried his love for the nation in his hand, and in the other, he carried us. You have worked so hard, and I know a lot of you have seen, obviously, his videos on TikTok and all the stuff he does on campus, but no one gets to see him from my angle except for myself and our children. And the sacrifices that he made this year, he's amazing. I'm very blessed.
And I would not have been able to do any of it without Erica. When it comes to your child, you are tasked to protect them both physically, spiritually, and emotionally. Once you have kids, there is this primal thing that comes into you where if you think you have worked hard before, when you have to go feed a child and provide for a family, you are willing to go to the ends of the earth and push yourself in ways that you never thought possible, and that is your initial and most important task as a father. Every single person in this building, we owe something strong. He was a joyful warrior for our country. He loved America. He devoted himself tirelessly to making our country a better place. He was a critical part of getting Donald Trump elected as president, getting me elected as vice president. And so much of our success over the last 7 months is due to his efforts, his staffing, his support, and his friendship.
The media said that Turning Point could never run a ground game. They weren't experienced. They didn't know Charlie, right? You need tremendous talent to do what he's done. Building one of the most powerful youth organizations ever created, Turning Point USA. And I want to thank you really, Julie.
I want you to remember that we did not earn this. This is God's mercy on our country.
What he built will endure.
Taking the deep, but sometimes the difficult road is the way that you should configure your life. Getting married and having children is a difficult but deep decision that I hope every single one of you make at some point in your life. Because for every single one of you, there are a couple thousand students that wish they could speak out like you do. And courage is a choice. It takes no skill to be courageous. You might come up to the microphone and say, Charlie, I don't know my talent. I don't know my skill. The cool thing about being courageous is you just have to say, I choose to be courageous. What can I do to save the country? You answer that question every single day because you are doing the work to save this beautiful republic. You are doing something that is bigger than you.
He loved this country. He fought for this country. Now we all live to honor his fight.
What young people especially are screaming at is they say, give me a structure that I can live my life by. And especially with young men, more challenging of them, more saying, you know what, honestly, I'm not going to talk down to you. Stop being a boy and become a man. You want to learn what that means? Come to church and I'll tell you what it means to become a man. Because we have the greatest story ever told.
If everything completely goes away, how do you want to be remembered? I want to be remembered for courage for my faith. That would be the most important thing. The most important thing is my faith in my life.
Wow, he sounds so hateful, doesn't he?
Wow, look at that. Beautiful.
So this is so him in the car. He's driving up to Utah University, and he's seeing all the people like tailgating outside.
Look at that. 3, 2, 1, smile. Awesome, guys. Thank you.
These houses are just standing outside. I mean, thousands. And these houses aren't more than that. From my understanding, he only got 20 minutes into the debates, I think.
Yeah.
Just it is like people thought that he was cool, and Jay-Z thought he was cool, and like, okay, that's good, but what is he gonna do for you?
Yeah, but most people don't think like that. Like, I voted for Obama the first time. Didn't vote for him the second time, but the first time I voted for him because, I had that female mindset, man, raised by black women. So I got caught up in he's a smooth talker. He's a good-looking guy. He makes you feel good. That type of deal. And he's black. So a lot of us, man, we got a female mindset.
But here's the funny thing about that whole thing with the Obama is he, like, at that time the economy was pretty much crashed, right? And I said during that time, I said, this McCain guy doesn't have a snowball's chance in hell of winning. And my friend's like, no, you're an Obama supporter. I go, it has nothing to do with that, right? I go, when the economy's in shambles like that, just like that's why Trump won by the margin that he did. Because all of a sudden when your grocery bill goes up like 50% in like 4 years, you're going to be like, okay, the guy in office ain't really doing that good of a job.
But too, a lot of people realize all this shit they talked about Trump, and then he ended up getting elected, and I didn't lose any rights. He didn't rule like a fascist Nazi dictator. I was told the world was gonna burn up into a crisp, and it was all over with. And a lot of these people realize, oh well, holy shit! When Trump was in office, I had more money in my fucking pocket, man. So something ain't right. Something ain't right. So the Democrat Party didn't do themselves any favors. They didn't look long term enough to realize, holy shit, we're telling all these lies about this man, but when he's in office, people are gonna realize that none of this shit what he said was true. So that hurt him really.
I also think too, like with Harris, like they put like the worst possible person, right? They should have never fucking put her as runner up. I mean, she's terrible. Like, I was talking to someone when I was in Curacao, and she's from the Netherlands, and she says, you know, I don't like Trump, whatever. But she's like, I looked at it and I said, there's no way this lady's going to win, because all she is just a bunch of word salad. I'm like, exactly.
Yeah, she's fake. She's fake. Yo, you seen Don Lemon go out in the streets of D.C. trying to get interviews, and everybody was fucking calling him a moron and fucking disagreeing. Like he was going up to all these black people and shit. You know, what do you think about Trump bringing the National Guard here and this and that? They're like, actually, we need it. The crime's fucking horrible here. You know, he's like, we're actually looking forward to Trump doing it. And he was just shocked. He walked up to this one guy, put the microphone in his face, and he's like, hey, you know, you got a few moments to have a conversation with the guy's like, he's like, who are you? And he's like, I'm Don Lemon. He's like, oh, Don Lemon. He's like, you're a moron. I called him a moron. But Don Lemon got this. He went up to disagree with him.
Man, it was just, I mean, it was pathetic. Like, I just thought to myself, I'm like, they can't come up with anyone better than this. I'm like, really? I said they shot themselves in the foot right when, like, she was running against them. I'm like, oh, Biden's done, man. Or Harris is done. I'm like, they couldn't get anyone reasonable. John.
Hey. Yeah,
This is some other rooms. I'll come back in a little bit.
Yo, Nick, I was talking to this guy on X who sounds just like you.
I'm not on X.
Oh man, you should talk to this guy. I thought it was you the whole time. I mean, I knew it wasn't you, but he sounds just like you. We're talking about all the same issues.
Oh yeah, that's funny. Were you doing any Monica impressions?
Well, I just created a room about what it's like having a pet monkey at a pet zoo, and all I can say is the response from the audience was certainly very racist towards white people. Let's create a response room and listen to Jordan Peterson to figure it all out. And then we're gonna go listen to our friend Charlie, our dear friend Charlie, and the Turning Point USA. It's not too soon, I hope it's not. This is Monica. Pepe, where's Pepe?
That's my Pepe impersonation. They call him Dr. Kermit the Frog.
Hilarious.
KF.
That's hilarious. No, I was laughing my ass off when you were trolling her in her room, but does she always kick you out or does she have you blocked?
She kicks me out and blocks me, and she reports accounts that I have. She's a very malicious person. When you cross her, just like any F word, N word on this app, if you cross them, they will do everything in their gay power to try to shine a rainbow light into your face so you can't see anymore. It's just a joke, but I'm trying to think about the Care Bears.
Crazy. It is fucking insane.
Yeah, this app has extremely deranged people on it, and because I, have so much social media and I record them, they hate my presence on the internet because they know they're tied into it because I've recorded everybody for so long.
Interesting.
Yeah, people really, really hate my social stuff because it's so much Clubhouse. And everybody knows they're being put on YouTube by John Kitover, but there's nothing they can do to stop it right now.
Right. That's hilarious. No, the trolling's been, like I said, you've taken it up a level, and it's been pretty good. when you start throwing Monica in her own rooms.
Yeah, as soon as they see that anonymous come in, they immediately think John Kitover, and the rooms just stop. It just stops the rooms dead in the track. Somebody says, "Hey, check your Telegram. Hey, check your back. Hey, as soon as they say, "Hey, check your Telegram," or "Hey, check your WhatsApp," immediately the rooms go silent, and then they go, "Oh, John Kitover's here. He's recording the room," and then the room just immediately goes totally silent.
Right. So I guess it turns out that JB blocked all of us. I can't get into any of his rooms because we went into Pepe's rooms. Because I guess we're all blocked out. I know.
I've texted him. He doesn't respond to my text messages anymore.
He said he was lawyering up or something. Who knows?
These are his last text messages to me. Oh no, nothing. No, I must have cleared them.
Hey, Debate the News is gone. They just go to Chatter now.
Yeah, and they're using X too. I see Nelson Apega live streaming himself on X quite a bit.
Oh, that's what they're doing. Well, I guess they like Chatter because they can just put on the headset and put on the video camera on them. But it's like, it's just more or less, like you said, just an echo chamber.
Yeah, I'd rather listen to an audiobook any minute of the day than any of these people on Clubhouse. It's just, some of it is very topical and, prescient and newsworthy, like Charlie Kirk's funeral. I mean, it's like a national moment. So recording people, being shit stains, that's my business. I think I can make a full-time living just recording Clown World. It's possible. There's people already just doing liberal, media republishing, and I call it Docs News Incorporated. Docs News Incorporated. If you come on a social audio platform app and you are screaming out homicidal ideation or death threats, and we record you doing it, you are the basis of my business. Docs News Incorporated.
Hilarious. So I was in interesting. I was in Illinois this past week for an inventory, one of our plants. But I was in southern Illinois.
Mm-hmm.
It is a different world out there because it's like southern Illinois that borders like Kentucky, Indiana, parts of Missouri's right there. Everywhere you go, you see Trump flags. And all my coworkers were bitching because they're like, our taxes are so damn high because Chicago fucks everything up for us.
Yeah, it's true. Chicago's the parasite in Illinois that sucks the joy out of southern living. It really is north versus south, and that's why I'm getting so many signatures in the south. Rockford and Peoria are like different worlds. One has insanely high crime, one has no crime. One, but they're both paying, their equal share in property taxes. So Cook County hasn't released the property tax bills yet. It's delayed by like 3 months now because of this Tyler Technologies. They fucked it up, and so the point is, they know that there's going to be so much political backlash. They're like panicked because it could throw the election, could throw these primaries come March.
And did that dipshit mayor? He went on some rant or some speech in Chicago. I'm like, is this guy that fucking stupid? Because remember, like, he was kind of like doing a town hall with local citizens, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they were bitching about like where the money's being spent, where this is, and he's like, I don't know, and he couldn't answer any question. I mean, I'm like, is this guy that fucking stupid?
He is. He is definitely mentally challenged. I really do believe that, and I just hope Trump deploys the Army National Guard in the city and takes over Michigan Avenue, the blue line, the red line. They're already saying that if they don't provide additional security on the trains, they're going to pull, national transportation funds, and it'll shut down the buses and the trains in Chicago. So if they don't comply, they are going to withhold funding. But I just hope Trump takes a bold initiative and deploys the Army National Guard throughout the city, especially, going into these primaries, and even doing like a winter deployment in the city.
But it's interesting too, because I'm looking at this election map where I was there in Southern Illinois. It's all red. It is all red. Like my coworkers that are like, because the Indiana border is like 10 miles away. It's not far. So a lot of my coworkers just live in Indiana because they don't want to pay Illinois taxes and be part of that fucking communist-run state.
Even the Republicans aren't Republican enough. They have no idea how bad things are with Pam Bondi. Trump even had to tweet, he's like, everyone's telling me you suck. You better get something started here. And, everyone is screaming, will there ever even be one arrest? Are you going to arrest any of these people who tried to overthrow the government and are treasonous traitors? When will the arrests come of a high profile former administration official or political, Democrat? Who, when, where, why, how? What is Pam Bondi going to do about it? Is she sipping a daiquiri at a fucking pool right now?
He's going to deploy the National Guard too in Detroit. They told Governor Whitmer, and she's all like, no, we don't need that. I'm like, I think you kind of do. But to your point, like, Washington, D.C. is a fucking shithole. Like, it has some of the worst schools. It's crime-ridden. I think he's doing some good.
Yeah, for fuck's sake, the Capitol should be the first place you start. And then you choke Democrat, Marxist sanctuary cities financially. You choke them, and then you deploy the military and you flush out the whole system.
Then on top of that, he's doing what else is he doing? Like, he's threatening to cut off funding for some of this shit. He's doing some good stuff.
When will these? When will these?
Like, the problem is, all these states when they got those Biden bucks, there is so much fucking construction everywhere, and they're like, "Oh, look at all these jobs that they're creating." I'm like, "Yeah, but some of these roads were already good. They're just ripping them down because Biden gave them money to work on construction projects that last like 2 fucking years." I don't know. It's a big mess, but I think it'll do them some good if they definitely bring in the National Guard there to Chicago.
Listen to this. List of taxes the average American is asked to pay: property taxes, sales taxes, state income tax, marriage license fees, local school tax, vehicle registration tax, business registration and permit fees, waste management tax, cigarette tax, court fees, dog license tax, driver's license fees, social security taxes, gift tax, unemployment taxes, estate tax, fishing license fees, garbage tax, gasoline tax, gun ownership fees, highway toll fees, hotel tax, hunting license fees, import taxes.
Fuck Charlie Kirk. He was a racist fucking terrorist.
Individual health insurance tax, inheritance tax, insect control tax, inspection fees, IRS interest and penalty charges, tax on tax, library card fees, license plate fees, liquor tax, luxury tax, Medicare tax, parking meter fees, passport fees, airport transportation tax, biodiesel fuel tax, professional license fees, recreational vehicle tax, self-employment tax, sewer and water tax, service charge taxes, sports stadium taxes, states park entrance fees, tanning tax, 9/11 service tax, telephone federal excise and universal service fees, tire tax, and most of all, federal income tax.
That's insane. I just think to really change things, you need like a Thomas Massey.
Well, it has to be a coalition in the Congress that is willing to suffocate the government. Nobody likes suffocation because, nobody wants to self suffocate. But most people have a breathing problem to begin with. So the time to suffocate and snuff out this dragon known as borrowing, spending, and taxing. Stop borrowing, stop spending, stop taxing. Stop. Say it with me now. It's spelled STOP. It's a 4-letter word. Stop borrowing, stop spending, stop taxing. They go hand in hand, all three of them.
Yeah, that is true.
You know what that means?
Well, you're gonna have to do what Greece did. Greece did the right thing. Like, they put in austerity measures, but since then, Greece has
Dude, Greece got a bailout, man. The European Union and the European Central Bank just bailed Greece out. That's all they did. They did a hard reset on them, but at the end of the day, all they did was still bail them out. And they benefited from the economy bouncing back and the market rising. Everybody has been made whole again who lost their shit a couple of years ago, when the market crashed. So that's the situation now. They just reinflated the entire U.S. money supply with the big, beautiful bill. All they're doing is creating more debt. But that's the problem. That's why we have so much conflict in society now, because it really is the haves and the have-nots. And the truth is the haves shouldn't have any of this. It's not legally permissible under U.S. law to just not have a balanced budget act. We have to force a balanced budget act and defund the big, beautiful bill.
Well, the thing is, the last time when it was Clinton had the tech bubble working in his favor. So that's why everyone's like, oh, look at how good the economy was under Clinton. I'm like, not really. He just had the bubble. And when Clinton left office, everything exploded.
Well, the Federal Reserve...
He got really lucky with timing, man.
The Federal Reserve...
He got really lucky.
The Federal Reserve did a lot of quantitative easing.
Two massive bubbles. I mean, Bush was a rhino and Bush sucked, but it wasn't all his fault. He had two bubbles burst on him.
They got you fighting a culture war to stop you fighting a class war.
Did you ever see the interview? It's 17 years old. It's on YouTube. It's Barney Frank and Bill O'Reilly talking about Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, my sister got let go. She was working at Fannie Freddie, and then supposedly they're gonna spin off 30% of it and make it public. But how the fuck is 30% even public? Make 51% of it public.
Right. Well, no. He calls out Barney Frank. He's like, Fannie and Freddie aren't the best investment, but going forward, things look good. And he's like, off that, people went off that and bought stock and lost everything. He's like, no. But the Republican, he's like, oh yes, and he's going crazy on him. And it is hilarious because he got caught with his pants down.
Yeah, Barney Frank was a pot-smoking fat piece of shit. Peter Puffer.
Wasn't his boyfriend the CEO of, I think his boyfriend was the CEO of Fannie Mae or Freddie Mac.
Well, a lot of people in the financial crisis of 2008 should have been arrested, and their companies should have gone into bankruptcy and insolvency.
Yep.
But, this is why it's crony capitalism, and winners and politics align with the creation of debt. So during the 2020 stock market crash, when COVID was announced and everybody at work was being told that they would be working from home, and everybody real time was watching the stock market crash, I was sitting there trading it at work, and that was the most volatile I've ever seen the market. Obviously, everything plunged, 25 to fucking 80%. I mean, the stocks literally, Lyft, Uber, everything down 80% in the matter of a week. So I've been uploading a lot of videos that I filmed in 2020 off of this laptop that I used Bandicam to record the summer of BLM riots, the border invasion, the mass vaccination, the stock market plunge, total chaos, in a period of just like 90 days. And, trillions and trillions and trillions of dollars wiped out. But because we are now $37 trillion in debt, and in 2020, we were only, let's see, 11 trillion. Yeah. So like 20 trillion, let's just say $23 trillion in debt. So in a period of just 7 years, or I guess 5 years, really. I mean, the average amount of American per citizen debt has tripled or quadrupled from 100,000 all the way up to 400,000. So everybody technically owns a house, fully bought and paid for, delivered to the government. And so that makes you realize the scope of the problem, because that means technically we are like 100% bankrupt. But everything is complete, and it's not going to change, and it's not going to stop. So I mean, basically they have eaten out the entire substance of America. But at the same time, what I realized is that even the $1 trillion in interest that we pay annually, even that can be negotiated. We don't have to pay that $1 trillion in interest a year. If we wanted to, we could literally just send in 200 billion a year and default on that loan and say, sorry, but this is all you're getting now. What are you going to do about it? You ready to negotiate? Negotiations can happen sooner rather than later with regards to debt repayment.
Were you guys speaking about this topic, or are you guys on something else?
On something else.
Can
I say though, I'm not buying this fucking dude. They're saying that they found the bullet just underneath his neck, like underneath his skin. Like, dude, a 30-06 bullet is fucking traveling at 2,500 feet per second. When it hits somebody, it's hitting you at 3,000 foot-pounds of
Mountain,
force.
you're sure he's dead though, right? You're sure he's dead? Let's just confirm that. You confirm he's dead, right?
I know he's dead.
Oh, okay, great. Well, then moving on to the next conversation. Hate to tell you, dog, but dead is dead. There's no more conversation when you're gone, brother. That's it. You're bringing up something which is just like a ghost in your fucking brain, dude.
No, dude, because we're not just gonna gloss over the something's fishy here, bro.
Well, you white men like to kill other white men.
And you black men like to kill other black men, so shut the fuck up.
Right now, though. So
yeah,
white men like to kill other white men.
Who the fuck cares about all that, bro? We're not gonna talk about race. Only you dumb racist assholes like to talk about race.
Why don't white violence? Go ahead.
Okay. I don't want to talk about a racial fucking factor.
Gentlemen, are you gentlemen? Gentlemen, are you gentlemen? Can you confirm my question? Yes or no? Are you gentlemen?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, well then, gentlemen, let's speak like gentlemen and not waste our time here, because I'm live streaming this on YouTube.
Let's talk about the white and white violence real quick, right?
Okay, give you 60 seconds.
Raised by a conservative family, murdered a conservative white man who was asking for debates on the college campus, right? Why? That's what I want to get help.
Okay, gentlemen. He didn't actually say anything. He asked a question, gentlemen. And before we answer his question, gentlemen, let's determine whether Nick is going to mod this room, or I'm going to sit here and record you guys talking over each other, wasting everybody's time. What do you gentlemen say?
Don't worry.
All right, gentlemen.
Me and Mountain, we've been in plenty of spaces together. We know how to cooperate. He called me plenty of niggers. So he just like
the fuck up, bro.
He calls me a nigger. So
you haven't called me a coon. You haven't called me a cracker or nothing. You ain't called me a cracker.
I never called you a cracker.
Yeah, shut the fuck up. Quit playing the victim, man. How about we just stop this racial shit?
Say nigger again. I don't care.
Listen, okay, if you don't care, then shut the fuck up, because guess what? We don't care about this cancel culture shit, bro. we don't
So
want
Charlie Kirk was killed with a 30-yard six from 200 yards away, right? Okay.
They're saying actually it's 138 yards away.
150 meters. You know, you got to convert that into yards.
So yeah, it's 130.
It's 200 yards, bro.
No, it's not 200 yards though. If you look.
Okay. What is meters to feet?
Dude, I'm just saying, like that's
about
not
3 feet for every meter, Uncle.
Bingo. Right. So 150 meters out. Right. So it's about almost 200 yards out.
कमेंट किया तो आपको नहीं करना चाहिए यहाँ पे पैनल बनाया
I don't know, man. I mean, 100 yards, like that's.
Okay.
Oh,
Thank you.
thank you. Oh, so yours is the head
Make it.
map.
It doesn't have to be live totally, and if you want to, take a break and go do what you need to do, and then we can just play it.
Okay, see, I need to watch it live though, so I'll watch it and then we can play it. Or where's Beaver? Beaver, can you stream it? I just have to do dishes really quick. Beaver, please. You're Matt's BFF. Do something.
Okay, I'll try something. 1 second.
Or maybe Moose wants to stream for us, do you think? Or Jarl?
Well, if he was a sniper or just some.
Maybe Kitover.
Yeah, where's he at?
He's right here.
Oh, yeah. John, will you do this? I just have to do dishes really quick. Can you stream this for like 15 minutes?
Yeah, but
He might be at one of his other phones.
coming up. One of the mini ones.
Can you do that, John, for us?
Yeah, do you have the link for me?
Yeah. Hold on. Here's the head. I can send mine, but.
Where?
Well, I'll put it in the chat.
Are
Well,
you?
mine's the Charlie Kirk one, though. Alright, here, John.
I mean, are you talking about the White House live stream? Which one do you want me to play?
I'm watching, I'm doing that, I just put it in the chat. I got it, it's from the Charlie Kirk YouTube.
Okay.
So where we ended, Tucker just got done speaking.
If it's delayed, John, that's not a big deal too. If you want to back it up, but it's fine. I wanted to hear Tulsi. That's who I wanted to hear the most.
Yeah, so John, we just finished Tucker, so cover that.
Okay.
Congressman John Kitover.
Yeah, I'm going to. Okay, you want to go back?
Every single day, because you are doing the work to save this beautiful republic.
That's fine on that delay.
Well, Marco is going now.
If you believe Charlie Kirk
Tulsi was before Marco, I think.
Why don't you just tell me how far you want me to go back? Right now it's at 6 hours and like 50 minutes.
From overseas, I'm in South Korea. I have many concerns I want to share with you.
Wait.
Court organization of the company. It has being.
What link are you using?
I'm on Charlie Kirk's YouTube. It's live. Let's just go to the live. Fuck it. You want to do the live?
Alright, just go to the live. It's fine. I'll watch the other part later.
Well,
The results are good.
so we got done with
It is so easy. And listen, I've been guilty of it. I think many of us have been guilty of this. You hide behind the walls and you surround yourself with people that agree with you. We do it as a society all the time. Increasingly, people are moving into neighborhoods with other people that agree with them politically and isolate themselves from people that do not agree with them. But Charlie Kirk was bold. He actively sought out to engage peacefully, respectfully, those who he disagreed with. As recently as 2 days ago, we learned of one of the hosts on CNN who said that one of the messages he had gotten just a few days before Charlie's passing was from him, inviting him to dialogue. And he did this on campuses, he did this on podcasts, he did this on radio shows, he did this on television shows. Time and again, he sought to engage those he disagreed with because he understood that we were not created to isolate ourselves from one another, but to engage. The irony in all this
is that what our nation needs, one of the many things it needs, is the ability to discuss our differences openly, honestly, peacefully, respectfully. And Charlie Kirk did that more than anyone alive in America today is doing. And Charlie Kirk was impactful. Impactful because of all the things I've said, but look around this place. There's 100-something thousand people here. The President of the United States is here. His entire cabinet is here. Television outlets and media outlets from all over the world are covering this. I just came from overseas, and every country I stopped, they gave us their condolences for his passing. Impactful. In just 31 years of life, he made a difference. He mattered, and he will matter now more than he ever has before. And let me close with this. How do you remember? This is a memorial service. It's to honor him. How do you best remember it? I'll take the liberty of saying what I think we can best do. Look, I think he had a tremendous impact on young Americans in general. I think he had a very special and direct impact on young men in this country. That's one of the greatest developments I've seen. It's been very positive. I think we remember him for that. I think we remember him for constantly saying, you want to live a productive life, get married, start a family, love your country. These are powerful messages. But I hope many who are watching, I imagine there are people watching here tonight that didn't know much about Charlie Kirk until 11 days ago. Maybe they were disengaged from politics. Maybe they were partially engaged. I hope one of the things they take from this is that the movement Charlie Kirk led and started and gave fuel to was about politics, but not only about politics. It was deeper. It was broader. And I would say that, taking the liberty, but I'm confident he would agree, one of the things he wants us to take away from this, from all of this, is the following. His deep belief that we were all created, every single one.
These boots are made from a single piece of premium American leather.
Don't forget to get your new boots, America. Winter's right around the corner.
Eternity. But then sin entered the world and separated us from our Creator. And so God took on the form of a man and came down and lived among us. And he suffered like men. And he died like a man. But on the third day he rose unlike any mortal man. And to prove any doubters wrong, he ate with his disciples so they could see, and they touched his wounds. He didn't rise as a ghost or as a spirit, but as flesh. And then he rose to the heaven, but he promised he would return. And he will. And when he returns, because he took on that death, because he carried that cross, we were freed from the sin that separated us from him. And when he returns, there will be a new heaven and a new earth, and we will all be together, and we are going to have a great reunion there again with Charlie and all the people we love. Thank you, and God bless you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, you just heard little Marco. Little Marco just told us all that one day we're all going to go to a picnic again, a big old barbecue, and we're going to be in a heavenly Christian retirement center in the sky. Everybody's going to have a 6-house, 2-car garage. Everything's going to be great. There'll be no more poverty, no more disease to worry about. We'll be immortal, and we'll all get to enjoy the party. Won't that be nice? But in the meantime, we're going to take you back to the live stream. We are Charlie Kirk. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen of Clown House, for being here. Matt and Ann, God bless you both. I hope you're having a fun Sunday.
Sitting next to Trump
a leader, a builder, an advocate, an author, a lover of freedom. A husband, a father, a Christian, and a warrior. You see, Charlie Kirk was a true believer for the cause of freedom, for the power of young people, belief in our republic and our founding principles, in America first and make America great again. But more importantly, he was a true believer. Only Christ is King, our Lord and Savior. Our sins are washed away by the blood of Jesus. Fear God and fear no man. That was Charlie Kirk. You see, Charlie Kirk started Turning Point USA to change our politics. That's when I first met him over a decade ago. He was building a movement, and nobody worked harder at it. Bringing people to political small t truth. I still have the sticker. Big government sucks. And he pursued that truth with more vigor than anyone I've ever met. But over time, he realized, like so many of us have, that this is not a political war. It's not even a cultural war. It's a spiritual war. Faith and family first. There is a God, and as Charlie would say, it is not us. We're sinners saved only by grace in need of the gospel. You see, we always did need less government, but what Charlie understood and infused into his movement is we also needed a lot more God. Charlie had big plans, but God had even bigger plans. You know, Marco mentioned this arena and the millions watching. A couple days ago, I learned that Kirk, actually in German, the German language, means church. So on this Sunday morning, I'd like to think we're all in Charlie's church. Charlie started a political movement, but unleashed a spiritual revival. My pastor texted me the day after that horrific event and said, "Pete, the devil overplayed his hand." Charlie started with liberty, but ended up lighting our country on fire for Christ. He started Turning Point USA, but this moment is the turning point for the USA. Right now. He died the way he lived, speaking the truth. Charlie waged war not with a weapon, but with a tent, a microphone, his mind, and the truth. And the gates of hell could not prevail against him. He went into the darkest of places, like Paul in the book of Acts. He went into college campuses where they said we couldn't go, and he was the light. He was bold, he was brave, he was a hero. You know, at the War Department, we know a little bit about heroism. I've seen it personally on the battlefield from Americans wearing camouflage, and I'm surrounded by men and women today who have the chance to witness the same. Most people don't know this, but Charlie Kirk wanted to go to West Point. It never happened, obviously. His personal loss at that moment was our nation's great gain. Charlie Kirk was a citizen who had the biblical heart of a soldier of the faith, who put on every single day the full armor of God with a smile, as the scriptures tell all Christ followers to do. Charlie Kirk, a warrior for country, a warrior for Christ. He ran the race. He finished the fight. Now it's our turn. My charge to all of you, live worthy of Charlie Kirk's sacrifice and put Christ at the center of your life as he advocated for giving his. Charlie has heard the words echoing now in heaven. Well done, good and faithful servant. Charlie will take it from here. God bless.
Please welcome to the stage Secretary Robert F. Kennedy, Jr.
Charlie's overarching passion was his Christianity and his devotion to his God. He believed what St. Francis taught us almost 1,000 years ago, that we should strive to live our lives in perfect imitation of Christ. That we should turn every day and every moment and every interaction into a prayer. And Charlie understood the great paradox that it's only by surrender to God that God's power can flow into our lives and make us effective human beings. Christ died at 33 years old, but he changed the trajectory of history. Charlie died at 31 years old, but because he had surrendered, he also now has changed the trajectory of history. Charlie's other passion was free speech. He understood that the free flow of information was the soil, the water, the sunlight for democracy. He understood democracy's great advantage was that our policies were formed by ideas that triumphed in a marketplace of debate and conversation. He thought that conversation was the only way to heal our country. And this was important, particularly important during a technological age when we are all hooked into social rhythms, social algorithms that are hacked into the reptilian cores of our brain and amplify our impulses for tribalism and for division. He felt that the only way to overcome that biological impulse was with a spiritual fire and with developing community, and the only way to develop community was through conversation. And so he always gave the biggest microphone to the people who were most passionately aligned against him, because he believed that we need to talk to each other and that we needed to be able to say what we mean without saying it mean. A few years ago, my brother David died, and I asked my mother, does the hole that they leave in you when they die, does it ever get any smaller? And she said to me, it never gets any smaller. And our job is to grow ourselves bigger around the hole. And we do that by taking the best qualities, the best, most admirable character traits of the person that died and integrate them with restraint, with discipline, with practice into our own character. And in doing that, we make ourselves larger and the whole gets proportionally smaller. But we also give a kind of immortality to the person who left us because their work continues through us. A couple of days ago, my niece, or my granddaughter, left for college in Europe. Her mother noticed that she packed a Bible. When her mother asked her why she made that choice, she said, "I want to live more like Charlie." And it's... In one of my first conversations with Charlie in July of 2021, we were talking about the risks that all of us take when we challenge and interest, the physical risk. And he asked me if I was scared of dying. And I said to him, there's a lot worse things than death. And one of those things is if we lost our constitutional rights in this country and then our children were raised as slaves. And I said to Charlie, I said, sometimes the best consolation we can hope for is that we get to die with our boots on. Well, Charlie died with his boots on, and he died to make sure that we didn't have to undergo those fates that are worse than death. Oh, let's remember Charlie. He was, for those of us who were friends with Charlie, we don't need any more evidence of the love of God, because the evidence, the friendship, is the best evidence that God loves us all. Thank you, and God bless you.
This message brought to you by Pfizer. Don't forget to get your updated fall booster for your COVID-19 vaccine delusions. COVID-19 vaccine derangement syndrome is real. Up next, we give you the great and glorious leader, President Donald Trump.
This shit's all Russian. What is this shit?
This is the Charlie Kirk YouTube live stream.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Donald Trump Jr.
Everybody get up on your feet!
Welcome, everyone. I'm not widely known for being a sentimental guy. Anyone who's seen me on social media knows I'm far more likely to crack a joke or get myself in trouble for posting some grossly inappropriate memes than I am to shed a tear. I know this because I've even gotten the call from that guy a couple times. You know, Don, you're getting a little aggressive on social media, Don. Relax. But last week, when I received word that Charlie, who was like a little brother to me, had been assassinated, I was truly devastated. We all were. And we're here today to celebrate the way he lived his life and to remember the way he changed so many of ours. So I want to start where I know Charlie would want me to, with what was most important to him, and that was his relationship with Christ.
Amen.
To say Charlie knew more about the Bible than me is an understatement, folks. It's like saying Donald Trump knows more about being president than Hillary Clinton or Kamala Harris. No kidding! But when Charlie was asked in an interview how he'd want to be remembered, he said, "I want to be remembered for my courage, for my faith." And let me tell you guys,
Those were not empty words. Last week, Charlie joined a long line of courageous men and women who were martyred for what they believe. According to the book of Acts, the first martyr in the early Christian church was Stephen, who was stoned to death. And as Stephen was being killed, he said, "Behold, I see the heavens opened and the Son of Man standing at the right hand of God." Now, there are many times in the Bible where Jesus is seated at the right hand of God, but this is the only time he's seen standing. And while the Bible isn't explicit about this, I like to think Jesus was standing to welcome Stephen, the courageous martyr, into heaven. And today that gives me great comfort, because 11 days ago, as a cowardly assassin crawled on his stomach to end Charlie's life on Earth, I'm betting Charlie saw the Son of God standing tall to welcome him home. I'd be remiss if I didn't mention the greatest treasures of Charlie's heart: his beautiful wife Erica and his two precious children. To watch Charlie with his family, the joy on his face, the devotion in his eyes, was to see the gospel lived out. And for me it was inspiring. And now, in the face of unthinkable loss, Erica has shown extraordinary courage. Not only as a mother, but in stepping forward to carry on Charlie's mission as the CEO of Turning Point USA. Charlie always brought out the best in all of us.
The worst.
When Charlie first said to me during the 2016 campaign, "Hey, let's start doing events on college campuses," I was like, "Whoa, seriously? Come on, man. We've given up on that. We're gonna let those kids grow up, and we'll get them when they start paying taxes." But he convinced me to give it a shot. And there were a couple events that showed just how brave and courageous Charlie was, even as a very young man. At Michigan State University, 5 minutes before we were supposed to go on stage, the state police told us, and I quote, "We can no longer guarantee your safety."
Wow.
Because the left-wing activists, they were going crazy. It was rough. That sounded like a great reason to pack it up and head out. But it was one of the many times that I would agree with Charlie, who said, "No way, we're going out there anyway." At one of the last events of the 2024 campaign at Arizona State, some lunatic called it a threat to try to keep us from going on the stage. Again, we went out there anyway, without fear. Charlie led the way. His message was clear then, and his message is clear now. We won't back down. We won't be intimidated. The Bible says over 100 times in the pages of Scripture, "Do not be afraid." And the 100,000 people here today are a signal to the world. Our message of faith, family, and country will not be silenced. It always amazes me how Charlie chose to use his platform. He had one of the largest microphones in the entire conservative movement. And what did he do with it? Day after day, week after week, he handed it to the very people who opposed him most. The media tried to smear him as some sort of dangerous radical. But Charlie embodied something at the very core of our movement. When people disagree with us, we don't silence them. We don't destroy them, and we certainly don't sink to violence. We don't burn down their businesses. We don't scream at their children at Disneyland. No. We debate. We stand tall. And we win with our ideas. The true extremists are those who would justify and celebrate taking an innocent life over nothing more than disagreement.
Yep, speaking to you, chat warriors.
That is the real radicalism, and we reject it completely. Charlie delighted in his belief that people could be persuaded. He believed the way to win hearts was with truth, with courage, and with conversation. He would always be the first to say, "You are welcome here." And that's what I want.
Going into the store and seeing that you have to spend like $20 every time you want to get replacement heads, or if you need a new wand entirely to attach them to, it's like $30, which is wild. I found these ones here on TikTok Shop. It comes with the
Don't forget your TikTok.
That when they took his life, 1 million more Charlies stepped up to fill the void. We are all Charlie. So let's send a message here today, guys. I want to make sure the world hears us loud and clear. Will you surrender? Will you back down? Will you give up in fear? Good. If you're among the millions of people watching today, please see this and know you are not alone. Charlie's message, like Christ's, was an invitation. If this resonates with you, and you believe American values are worth defending, welcome. If you believe in faith, family, and freedom, then you are with us. No matter your past, no matter how you voted, no matter where you come from, this movement is your home. If you're not already seated at this table, we have a seat prepared for you. If you believe in God and family and country, you are one of us. If you believe our government should put the interests of our citizens first, welcome. If you believe American workers deserve dignity and American families should be able to afford a good life on one salary, welcome. If you reject the propaganda of the fake news media, welcome. If you want to eradicate the criminal cartels and get drugs out of our communities, welcome. If you believe our best days are ahead and are willing to stand up to make America great again for your children and for generations to come, welcome. Charlie loved this country, its people, and the work of persuading others to believe in something greater than themselves. And if we live with that same courage, our legacy, like Charlie's, will live forever. Charlie, my brother, we love you. We miss you, and we will not let you down. And as the scripture promises, well done, good and faithful servant. Enter into the joy. God bless. Thank you so much.
Okay, you're listening to Charlie Kirk's YouTube live stream. I have a verse by Jesus above my door. It says, I am the door. By me, if anyone enter in, he shall be saved. I think that's John 10:9. Okay, I take you back to Charlie Kirk's YouTube memorial. The live stream is explosive. It's one sentence every millisecond. There's non-stop parts. And they're filming Trump right now with his big, huge, red tie. And I can only imagine what the liberals and the Democrats and the socialist Marxists here in Clubhouse are putting in chat right now in this room. I bet you they can't stand to hear American propaganda. It probably drives them crazy.
But what's even crazier is that they're here to listen to. They have an obsession with hitting me so much that they can't stand it.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Vice President of the United States of America, J.D. Vance.
Thank you. Thank you all so much. You know, I can't help but think that they tried to silence my friend Charlie Kirk. They tried to silence our dear friend Charlie Kirk. And today, tonight, we speak with Charlie and for Charlie louder than ever. The evil murderer who took Charlie from us expected us to have a funeral today, and instead, my friends, we have had a revival in celebration of Charlie Kirk and of his Lord Jesus Christ. in this stadium, in the hot Arizona sun, shielded in a great shining city our fathers raised out of the desert. And from this desert, Charlie Kirk built a movement. He transformed the face of conservatism in our own time, and in doing so, he changed the course of American history. To rising generations across this country, Charlie exemplified kindness, courage, and a commitment to open debate. And he was a great debater, and we loved him for it. But Charlie loved debate not because he excelled at it, but because it was the vehicle for bringing the light of truth to dark places. And Charlie Kirk brought many truths in his life. Charlie brought the truth that young people deserved a stake in the future and that they deserved to have a voice. He brought the truth that marriage and family were the highest callings, far more important than any job or educational credential. He brought the truth that our nation would fade unless it brought order to its neighborhoods and prosperity to its people. He brought the truth that life was precious, and we must fight to protect it at all stages and at all times. But most of all, Charlie brought the truth that Jesus Christ was the King of Kings and that all truth flowed from this first and most important one. But Charlie, he did so much more than tell the truth, he lived it. Charlie understood that the best evangelization was not in what you said, but in how you lived your life. And in this city, he lived his life well. He raised a wonderful family. He had a beautiful wife, 2 beloved children, and a loving and godly home. In this, he showed us the importance of family. He lived 3 decades he had on this earth with a sense of Christian virtue that would make any man, any person proud. And in this, he showed the importance of following God. He was a kind-hearted man, a hard-working person, and any parent would be proud to have him as a son. In this, he showed the virtue of industriousness. He was present and loving as any child would hope of his or her father, and in this, he showed the importance of strong Christian fatherhood. He was fearless and he was bold as any follower would hope would be true of a leader. And in this, he showed all of us how to carry on after his death. You know, Charlie Kirk, he loved history. He devoured the ideas that formed the foundation of our civilization. He stood for a tradition that Socrates established 2,500 years ago to question, to search, and to teach. He was Athens and Jerusalem, the city of reason and the city of God in one person. But if he loved those places, they were not his home. America was his home, and he was willing to die for it. You know, Charlie, he loved this country with a contagious intensity. Anybody who talked to him knew it and felt it. He knew that America was a beautiful place and that we had these incredible ideas, but he also knew that our country was a covenant between the generations past, present, and future. He believed this country's best days were not behind us, but ahead of us. But he knew those better days would have to be earned. They would have to be worked for. We would have to sacrifice and work and tell the truth. He knew that America wouldn't be saved just by pulling together seminars or talking about the right kind of books in front of the right kind of people. The movement which he created demanded more. It demanded courage. It demanded hard work. it demanded building, and it demanded leaders, and my friends and Charlie Kirk, we found a great American leader. Now, our whole administration is here, but not just because we love Charlie as a friend, even though we did, but because we know we wouldn't be here without him. Charlie built an organization that reshaped the balance of our politics. Turning Point brought millions of young people into conversation with one another, brought millions of people into advocacy. He asked of us, not just that we talk about saving our country, but that we actually go and do it, and we do it together. But even as Charlie built on a grand scale, his greatness was never only in his ambition. It was measured in the everyday moments as well, in the way that he treated ordinary people each and every single day. You know, you learn a lot about someone by how they treat others when the cameras aren't on. Charlie treated staffers as well as he treated the President of the United States. When I was just a guy polling at nothing in my Senate race back in 2021, Charlie helped me. Not because I was a future vice president, but because I was a dear friend. I saw just a couple of months ago when a White House staffer struggled with the weight of his job and the responsibilities of new fatherhood. Charlie stopped what he was doing in the hallways of the West Wing and said a prayer for that staffer. Because Charlie believed that we were all children of God, he treated everyone with grace. And that is perhaps the enduring legacy of Charlie Kirk. You know, I was telling somebody backstage that I always felt a little uncomfortable talking about my faith in public as much as I loved the Lord and as much as it was an important part of my life. I have talked more about Jesus Christ in the past 2 weeks than I have my entire time in public life. And that is an undeniable legacy of the great Charlie Kirk. You know, he loved God. And because he loved God, he wanted to understand God's creation and the men and women made in his image. Now, much has been said over the last week about Charlie's ability to approach any topic, any person in good faith, an achievement that was only possible because Charlie knew that we were all children of God. He knew deep down the truth of Scripture. And from that confidence, everything else flowed. That unshakable belief in the gospel led him to see differences in opinion, not as battlefields to conquer, but as way stations in the pursuit of truth. He knew it was right to love others, your neighbor, your interlocutor, your enemy. But he also understood his duty to say what is right and what is wrong, to distinguish what is false from what is true. Charlie was slain, doing what he loved, telling the truth, proclaiming his faith, building out a dream. And now he's gone. And our hearts feel so empty because he's been taken from us. He's been taken from his parents and from his sister. He's been taken from our darling Erica and their beautiful children. And Erica, I know I speak for this entire auditorium when I say that we love you and we will never stop standing by your side, just as Charlie did. He was taken from us by those who despise the virtues that actually made our civilization great to begin with. Dialogue, truth-seeking, family, and faith. In the wake of his death, we have seen some of the very worst parts of humanity. We have watched people slander him. We have watched people justify his murder and celebrate his death. I know that this makes you angry just as it has made me angry. But it is easy in these moments to see only the worst of our fellow man. I found myself wishing that I could pick up the phone and talk to my friend and ask him for his advice and his counsel. To ask him how to respond to such hate and the souls from which that hate springs. But I can't call my friend because he was murdered for speaking the truth. I can only guess at what he might say and what he would encourage me to do. And here's what I think. I think he would encourage me to be honest that evil still walks among us. Not to ignore it for the sake of a fake kumbaya moment, but to address it head on and honestly as the sickness that it is. But I also think he would encourage me, he would encourage all of us to focus on the good. He would encourage us to remember that for every hateful voice celebrating his murder, there are 1,000 people mourning it and fighting for his legacy every single day. He would tell me to pray. I'm certain of it. He would tell me to pray for my friends, but also for my enemies. He would tell me to put on the full armor of God and get back to work. He would tell us to commit ourselves to telling the truth and to fight for that truth each and every single day. He would tell us to talk about God's love and the fact that that love applied everybody across the whole human family. Charlie suffered a terrible fate, my friends. We all know it. We all saw it. But think, it is not the worst fate. It is better to face a gunman than to live your life afraid to speak the truth. It is better to be persecuted for your faith than to deny the kingship of Christ.
Amen.
It is better to die a young man in this world than to sell your soul for an easy life with no purpose, no risk, no love, and no truth.
Amen.
Christ told us in the Gospel of John, I have said these things to you, that in me you may have peace. In the world you will have tribulation, but take heart, I have overcome the world. Charlie took heart, and now we must do the same. I've seen so many of you say, so many on social media, talk about for Charlie. We must do this for Charlie, for Charlie. We will speak the truth every single day. For Charlie, we will rebuild this United States of America to greatness. For Charlie, we will never shrink, we will never cower, and we will never falter, even when staring down the barrel of a gun. For For Charlie, we will remember that it is better to stand on our feet defending the United States of America and defending the truth than it is to die on our knees. My friends, for Charlie, we must remember that he is a hero to the United States of America and he is a martyr for the Christian faith. May our Heavenly Father give us the courage to live as Charlie lived. That is what we must do for Charlie. You ran a good race, my friend. I love you. We've got it from here. Thank you.
Yeah, Matt, what was I thinking to take my daughter to that freaking in print? I think that's scary. In fear.
Let's get fiscal.
You hear that, Ludwig? Christ is king, you Islamic jihadist, racist, low IQ, bigoted piece of trash. You're nothing but a spermatozoa, a little spunk. A genetic mutation in the system, Ludwig. What happened to you? Were you too close to Chernobyl? Were you born too close within the radioactive field of Chernobyl? Up next, ladies and gentlemen, we give you Donald Trump, your glorious orange MAGA supreme leader and destroyer of the Democrat Terrorist Party. That's right, the FBI is officially declaring the Democrat Party a terrorist organization. He's deploying the Army National Guard to sanctuary cities like Chicago and Seattle and other libtard clown world cities in America. Donald Trump is actively fighting to liberate America from Clown World. 60 brainwashed, TikTok, brain-rotted individuals who think that the Democrats have their best interests at heart. But all they want to do is just keep borrowing, spending, and taxing you. That's not a solution, ladies and gentlemen. Maybe Ludwig, the spermatozoon outside of Chernobyl's radioreactor belt, can help us answer this question. Go ahead, Ludwig, tell us the solutions. What are your priorities, Ludwig? Getting a little iodine in your system, maybe, to stay alive from the radioactive waste you were exposed to, clearly?
You gotta come up with a new joke after that.
I'm just saying you resemble sperm. You look like spunk. You look spunky.
Your jokes are decomposing like beyond Charlie. Like Charlie Kirk is more decomposing than your jokes. I get it. Sorry, that's blasphemy. You're a Christian, and don't say that.
No, I'm saying, oh my God, just like when you said
If you can't say it, you're speaking God's name in vain. You're a Christian.
I was just making fun of you, Ludwig, because you look like you came out of a radioreactive radiator or something out of Chernobyl.
Demons come out already.
Yeah, get the demons out.
Don't go into any sunlight, Ludwig, you might disappear. You could literally burst into combustion or go transparent. When you hold your hand up to the light, can you see through it? Or completely? What's inside of you, Ludwig?
Ashes to ashes and dust to dust.
Ludwig, you're just an angry young, person who can't satisfy himself because you're too stupid. Your IQ is that of, a rodent or something that you might find at the bottom of an ocean. I'm just saying, if you were so intelligent, Ludwig, I've got so many recordings of Ludwig promoting terrorism, sponsoring terrorism, formulating terrorist plans. The Department of Homeland Security and the FBI have already been alerted to you, Ludwig. There's many recordings of you on YouTube. Thank you for all the years of terrorism promotion. Stupid idiot didn't know he was being surveilled and recorded by patriotic Americans. What a low IQ moron. That's why, ladies and gentlemen, I say he resembles sperm, because that's an undeveloped brain, a zygote. His IQ is that of a turd that comes out of like an elephant or something. There's Ludwig. Hey, a donkey just dropped his shit. What do you want to call the turd? Let's call it Ludwig. We are here live, ladies and gentlemen, at Charlie Kirk's Memorial, live streaming his YouTube. His wife is now the president of a multi-$100 million, probably billion-dollar nonprofit think tank now. Thank God we've got another think tank, and to put all these low IQ stupid people in it, we can put them all together like Ludwigs. And together their IQ might be big enough to figure out that they smell like turds. Why would anybody take advice from Ludwig? He's nothing but a turd. A translucent spermatozoon. We bring you back to Charlie Kirk's YouTube live stream. More powerful in his death than he ever was before, ladies and gentlemen. He's like Jesus rising from the grave to glory. Put Ludwig in the goo where this little demon belongs. Bye, Ludwig. This is an American-only conversation. You don't belong here, Ludwig. Put this socialist sperm in the goo where he belongs. Put this sperm in the goo, Matt. He's a white dude living on native lands. Oh, vey. This man thinks I'm a colonial colonist fighting the Native Americans. Get with the times, Ludwig. It's 2025. Update your brain sometime. Read a book, stupid. Go to the gym. Ooh, Charlie Kirk's wife is coming out. Ludwig, you're already on the terrorist watch list, so don't ever try to fly to America. You'll never get through Border Patrol. You're going to get arrested. I've already notified every single port of entry, so you can never come into America and stain our beautiful sacred soil with your bullshit, sir. Charlie Kirk's wife's about to speak. She's got a little sign up that says, Ludwig is a turd, flush and put this piece of shit in the goo. She looks beautiful. Ludwig is so disgusting. It looks like he came out of the radioactive radiator inside of Chernobyl, turned into a pile of slime goo. Ludwig. You don't like my jokes, Ludwig? Go to a different theater. You paid $10 to hear this. You didn't know you were coming to your roast at Charlie Kirk's funeral? Welcome to America, Ludwig. Are you still trying to process October 7th?
You crying about Charlie?
Alright, mute up. His wife is speaking, scumbags. Shut up, sperm. Slime bitch, put this goo in the goo. Charlie Kirk's wife's about to talk over you, Ludwig. I'm muting up. I'm listening to Charlie Kirk's beautiful wife over talk your disgusting, slimy sperm. Fucking. What are you again? You're Albanian? I can't remember what kind of piece of shit you are. Armenian, maybe. Serb. I can't remember what you are, Ludwig.
For coming here from all over the world to honor and celebrate my Charlie. Just a few miles from here, 2 years ago at AmericaFest 2023, Charlie delivered a speech on stage for our TPUSA Faith event. Charlie loves speaking off the cuff. He's very good at that, without a script. So I personally didn't know what he was going to say. And what he chose to speak about that day was his submission to the will of God. He quoted one of his favorite Bible verses, Isaiah chapter 6, verse 8. Here I am, Lord. Send me. After Charlie finished, I met him backstage, and I spoke to him, and I'll never forget this. I said, Charlie, baby, please talk to me next time before you say that statement. Because when you say something like that, there is so much power in that verse. When you say, here I am, Lord, use me, God will take you up on that. And he did with Charlie. Days ago, God accepted that total surrender from my husband and then called him to his side. More than anything, Charlie wanted to do not his will, but God's will. And over these past 11 days, through all the pain, never before have I found as much comfort as I now do in the words of our Lord's Prayer, "Thy will be done." God's love was revealed to me on the very day my husband was murdered. On the afternoon of September 10th, I arrived at a Utah hospital to do the unthinkable, to look directly at my husband's murdered body. I saw the wound that ended his life. I felt everything you would expect to feel. I felt shock. I felt horror. And a level of heartache that I didn't even know existed. But there was something else too. Even in death, I could see the man that I love. I saw the one single gray hair on the side of his head, which I never told him about. Now he knows. Sorry, baby, telling you now, but never told him. Didn't want to. I also saw this. I also saw on his lips the faintest smile. And that told me something important. It revealed to me a great mercy from God in this tragedy. When I saw that, it told me Charlie didn't suffer. Even the doctor told me. It was something so instant that even if Charlie had been shot in the operating room itself, nothing could have been done. There was no pain, there was no fear, no agony. One moment Charlie was doing what he loved, arguing and debating on campus, fighting for the gospel and truth in front of a big crowd, and then he blinked. He blinked and saw his Savior in paradise. And all the heavenly mysteries were revealed to him. God's love continued to be revealed to me in the days that followed. The next day on the tarmac in Air Force Two, I confronted Usha Vance, precious woman. I held her hand and I told her, honestly, I do not know how I'm going to get through this. She told me something. She said, you know when you're on an airplane with your kids and it's the last 15 minutes of the flight and things are crazy, kids are not cooperating, toys are flying everywhere and everyone's screaming, and you think to yourself, I cannot wait for this flight to land. And it's 15 minutes before you land. And she told me, you will get through these 15 minutes and the next 15 minutes after that. Usha, I don't think you realized it then, but those words were exactly what I needed to hear. But most of all, God's mercy and God's love have been revealed to me these past 10 days. After Charlie's assassination, we didn't see violence. We didn't see rioting. We didn't see revolution. Instead, we saw what my husband always prayed he would see in this country. We saw revival. This past week, we saw people open a Bible for the first time in a decade. We saw people pray for the first time since they were children. We saw people go to a church service for the first time in their entire lives. Charlie liked to journal. And I say this because he did it to remember important moments and sayings that affected him. And one of the things he wrote in his journal was this: every time you make a decision, it puts a mark on your soul. To those of you out there who just made that decision and took the first step toward a spiritual life, I say thank you and welcome. One day I hope you look back and realize it was the most important decision of your life, because it is. All of you who are already believers, it is your job to shepherd these people. Do not take that lightly. Water the seed of their faith. Protect it and help it grow. Every day as Charlie rode into the office, he would go through his contact list. And I know there's many of you who were impacted by this. He would go through his contact list and send Bible verses for the day. He knew that faith was a habit. The more you live it, the more it grows. But know this too: the seed has only just been planted. The enemy will tempt you the most in a time like this one. God will always be there for you, but you must choose to mark your soul again and again in the direction of Christ. Pray again. Read the Bible again. Go to church next Sunday and the Sunday after that, and break free from the temptations and shackles of this world. Being a follower of Christ is not easy. It's not supposed to be. Jesus said, if anyone would come after me, let him deny himself, take up his cross and follow me. He said he would be persecuted. He said we would be persecuted. And Charlie knew that and happily carried his cross all the way to the end. And I want all of you to know, while Charlie died far too early, he was also ready to die. There was nothing he was putting off. There was nothing that was too hard or too painful, or nothing that he just felt like he didn't want to do it. He left this world without regrets. He did 100% of what he could every day. But I want you to know something. Charlie died with incomplete work, but not with unfinished business. But I will miss him. I will miss miss him so much because our marriage and our family were beautiful. They still are. The greatest cause in Charlie's life was trying to revive the American family. When he spoke to young people, he was always eager to tell them about God's vision for marriage and how, if they could just dare to live it out, it would enrich every part of their life in the same way that it enriched ours. And someone once asked me how Charlie and I, how we kept our marriage so strong when he was busy traveling. And our little secret, it was love notes. Every Saturday, Charlie wrote one for me, and he never missed a Saturday. And in every single one of them, he'd tell me what his highlight was for the week, how grateful he was for me and our babies. And always at the end, he would always end it with asking the most beautiful question. He'd always end it by asking, please let me know how I can better serve you as a husband. Charlie perfectly understood God's role for a Christian husband. A man who leads so that they can serve. To all the men watching around the world, accept Charlie's challenge and embrace true manhood. Be strong and courageous for your families. Love your wives and lead them. Love your children and protect them. Be the spiritual head of your home. But please be a leader worth following. Your wife is not your servant. Your wife is not your employee. Your wife is not your slave. She is your helper. You are not rivals. You are one flesh working together for the glory of God. I was Charlie's confidant. I was his vault. His closest and most trusted advisor, his best friend. I poured into him and loved him so deeply, empowered him, because his love for me drove me to be a better wife. Every day he honored me, and I prayed that I could be the wife that God needed me to be for my husband. Women, I have a challenge for you too. Be virtuous. Our strength is found in God's design for our role. We are the guardians. We are the encouragers. We are the preservers. Guard your heart. Everything you do flows from it. And if you're a mother, please recognize that is the single most important ministry you have. In our home, because Charlie traveled a lot, we tried to travel with him where we could. But I made sure that when Charlie returned from work, It was his sacred landing place, away from the worries of the world. I didn't make him feel guilty.
I think the big thing is the team here.
I'm a Democrat.
Guilt home too late. I always told him home is here for you, and it'll be ready for you. And I made it into this place where he wanted to be as soon as possible when he was on the road. There was no keeping score between us. We were a team, working together for the same mission. I never wanted to be the one standing between Charlie and the task that God prepared for him, had set for him. And I knew Charlie would always do his best to help me with the same. My marriage with Charlie was the best thing that ever happened to me. And I know it was the best thing that ever happened to him as well. He wanted everyone to experience that joy. And that's what's so beautiful about God's design for marriage, is that everyone can. And I could talk endlessly about it, and years to come I will. But Charlie's mission above all was aimed directly at those who aren't married. He named his organization well. He knew things were not right with America, and especially with young people, and they needed a new direction. Charlie passionately wanted to reach and save the lost boys of the West. The young men who feel like they have no direction, no purpose, no faith, and no reason to live. The men wasting their lives on distractions, and the men consumed with resentment, anger, and hate. Charlie wanted to help them. He wanted them to have a home with Turning Point USA. And when he went onto campus, he was looking to show them a better path and a better life that was right there for the taking. He wanted to show them that. My husband, Charlie, he wanted to save young men just like the one who took his life. Young man. On the cross, our Savior said, "Father, forgive them, for they not know what they do." That man, that young man, I forgive him. I forgive him because it was what Christ did, and is what Charlie would do. The answer to hate is not hate. The answer we know from the gospel is love, and always love. Love for our enemies, and love for those who persecute us. world needs Turning Point USA. It needs a group that will point young people away from the path of misery and sin. It needs something that will lead people away from hell in this world and in the next. It needs young people pointed in the direction of truth and beauty. And so I promise you today, every part of our work will become greater. I am tremendously honored to be the new CEO of Turning Point USA.
For justice and transparency.
It's a ability to sell. It's very much like
I do not take that lightly. Charlie and I were united in purpose. His passion was my passion, and now his mission is my mission. Everything that Turning Point USA built through Charlie's vision and hard work, we will make 10 times greater through the power of his memory. Chapters will grow, thousands of new ones will be created. TPUSA Faith will add thousands of new pastors and congregations.
to admitting that the country is broke. This has made compromise.
And yes, campus events will continue. And we will continue to hold debates and dialogue. The First Amendment of our Constitution is the most human amendment. We are naturally talking beings, naturally believing beings. And the First Amendment protects our right to do both. No assassin will ever stop us from standing up to defend those rights, ever. Because when you stop the conversation, when you stop the dialogue, this is what happens. When we lose the ability and the willingness to communicate, we get violence. And as I stand here now, I look at this beautiful photo of my husband in front of me, hanging in the studio. I think of my husband 13 years ago. I hadn't met him yet. He was 18 years old. A man barely out of high school, running around the halls of the RNC without $1 in his pocket and a single contact in his phone. People who saw him said that he didn't know what he was doing. But he did. He did know what he was doing. He knew exactly what he was doing. He was going to change the world, and he did. Charlie's life was a turning point for this country. It was a miracle. Let that miracle that was Charlie's life be your turning point as well. Choose prayer. Choose courage. Choose beauty. Choose adventure. Choose family. Choose a life of faith. Most importantly, choose Christ. I love you, Charlie, baby. And I will make you proud. God bless you all. God bless America.
47th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
Okay, I'm going to turn that down because I don't want to get a copyright strike. Thank you all for being here. We're about to listen to Donald Trump. He's walking out onto the stage right now. The firework blasts are blasting. He's standing there at attention looking at a massive stadium. And Charlie Kirk's wife just gave a God Bless America and God Bless Everybody Here speech. There's a tremendous amount of fireworks going off as Trump is walking across this red carpet about to give a speech to America. It'll be a very interesting speech. I'm sure many people here will be interested to hear what he has to say and what type of presidential executive orders he'll be issuing as a result of this attack on freedom of speech and a political assassination here in the United States of America. Charlie Kirk's information is now being mass distributed into the heads of all younger people across the world, and especially in America. See, not many people realize is that Charlie Kirk's reach is global, and that's what the left liberals hate the most, is that his messaging is not just in the United States now, it is global. And TPUSA and all the videos he's filmed embarrassing liberal, socialist, communist, Marxist, Democrats, femboys, they can't stand it. So Donald Trump is about to speak. I'm not playing it right now because there's a copyrighted song being played. Trump is standing there listening to the singer. The singer is gloriously singing, but you can't hear it. But take this moment in this Charlie Kirk live stream room brought to you by Matt and Ann to take the deepest breath of your day, ladies and gentlemen. I'll just read you a few little Bible verses. Guard your heart above all else, for it determines the course of your life. You will keep in perfect peace all who trust in you, all whose thoughts are fixed on you. Light is shed upon the righteous and joy on the upright in heart. Well done, good and faithful servant. You have been faithful over a few things. I will make you ruler over many things. Here's what I want you to do. Take your everyday, ordinary life, your sleeping, eating, going to work, and walking around life, and place it before God as an offering. Embracing what God does for you is the best thing you can do for him. Humble yourselves in the sight of the Lord, and he will lift you up. Commit to the Lord whatever you do, and your plans will succeed. The Lord is for me, so I will have no fear. What can mere people do to me? Okay, Trump's about to speak. When I left the womb, you cradled me. Since the moment of birth, you've been my God. Okay, I give you Donald Trump, ladies and gentlemen.
I want to thank you very much, Lee. You've been there from the beginning with us, Lee. We appreciate it. Nobody can sing that song like Lee Greenwood. Thank you very much, Lee, very much for being here. And his voice has not changed, you know? Pretty amazing. And a special thank you to Erica, because today America is a nation in grief, a nation in shock, and a nation in mourning. Less than 2 weeks ago, our country was robbed of one of the brightest lights of our times, a giant of his generation, and above all, a devoted husband, father, son, Christian, and patriot. Charles James Kirk was heinously murdered by a radicalized, cold-blooded monster for speaking the truth that was in his heart. He was violently killed because he spoke for freedom and justice, for God and country, for reason and for common sense. He was assassinated because he lived bravely, he led boldly, and he argued brilliantly without apology. He did what was right for our nation. And so on that terrible day, September 10th, 2025, our greatest evangelist for American liberty became immortal. He's a martyr now for American freedom. I know I speak for everyone here today when I say that none of us will ever forget Charlie Kirk, and neither now will history. Because while Charlie has been reunited with his Creator in heaven, his voice on earth will echo through the generations, and his name will live forever in the eternal chronicle of America's greatest patriots. He will live forever. To Charlie's incredible and beautiful widow, Erica, we know the weight of this monumental loss is almost unbearable. But even in the midst of heartache, pain too great to even fathom, you have somehow found the strength, the deep faith, to be a comfort to millions and millions of people. And thank you very much, Erica. Thank you very much. Today, an entire nation wraps its loving arms around you, beautiful children. We share in your immense and overwhelming sorrow, and we vow that we will do everything we can to ensure that your children grow up in a land where their father is honored and revered as a great American hero. That's what he is. To Charlie's parents who lost their beloved son, and to the entire Kirk family, we know that no words can ever be enough to fill the void he leaves behind. That's a void that just can't be filled. But I hope the extraordinary outpouring of emotion over these past 11 days has comforted you with the knowledge that your son brought more good and love into this world in his 31 short years than most people, even very, very successful people, can bring in a lifetime. Charlie Kirk loved America with everything he had, and as we can see so clearly today, America loved Charlie Kirk. And he could always draw a big crowd. Look at this today. Look at what's gone on. This is a big crowd. Here today we have the Vice President of the United States, J.D. Vance. We have the Speaker of the U.S. House of Representatives, Mike Johnson. We have countless members of the United States Senate, and I'm sorry I'm not going to introduce you, but I'll be up here. They're all over the place. And likewise, the House of Representatives, they're all over this big stadium. This is not an arena, this is a stadium. Our great cabinet and this stadium packed with rafters of people, not to mention the one across the street that also has tens of thousands of people, and they're watching us on screen right now. And I'm sorry we couldn't get you in. If anybody would like to give up your seat, please walk across the street. But this is like an old-time revival, isn't it? An old-time revival. For millions of Americans, especially young people, it is agonizing and unthinkable to say goodbye to a patriot whose heart still had so much to give. It's so much. Raised in the suburbs of Chicago, Charlie was filled with a patriotic spirit from his youth, and He was an all-American in everything he did. And one of the last things he said to me is, please, sir, save Chicago. We're going to do that. We're going to save Chicago from horrible crime. In high school, he was the quarterback of the football team and the captain of the basketball team. He was a good athlete. A lot of people don't know that about Charlie. He was an Eagle Scout who spent his school lunch breaks listening to another champion for liberty. Somebody that he greatly admired, Rush Limbaugh. But what was even more important to Charlie than politics and service was the choice he made in the 5th grade, which he called the most important decision of his life, to become a Christian and a follower of his Savior, Jesus Christ. Inspired by faith and his love of freedom, Charlie did something remarkable when he was just 18 years old. On the advice of a mentor who told him to put off going to college because he was doing so well, he devoted his life to converting young people to the conservative cause. How did he do? Take a look. How did he do? In 2012, 2 days after graduating high school, and with just $1,800 in his pocket, the young man from Illinois, who no one had ever heard of, started an organization whose grand ambitions were captured in its name, Turning Point USA. Great name. And I have a feeling it's going to be bigger and better than ever before. Does that make sense? It's going to be bigger and better than ever before. Look at what's happening. 12 years ago, Charlie walked onto his first college campus, the very liberal University of Wisconsin at Madison. He set up a card table and put up a sign with 3 words: big government sucks. Can you believe that? That's Charlie. That day, Charlie talked to every student who approached him, most of whom were probably quite a bit older than he was. Finally, after many hours, he found the first ever Turning Point chapter leader. His first year out of high school, Charlie traveled 300 days raising money and taking his message to campuses all over the country. He lived out of his parents' basement, and they actually loved having him there. They loved Charlie. Everybody loved Charlie. And on the couches of friends and support.
All right, everybody, grab your soda. Robert Kennedy's removed the chemicals. But first, another ad from HBO.
Couches of take a paycheck, but day after day he worked from 5 a.m. in the morning till 11 p.m. in the evening, always. His staff remembers that he wore Walmart jeans and t-shirts from the Goodwill store. Remember the Goodwill store? It wasn't easy, but Charlie wasn't in it for money at all. Never has been. Money was never his thing. He was always in it for the mission. As he liked to say even back then, we have a country to save. Just what he did. Call me all the time, sir, we have a country to save. I said, Charlie, thanks very much for telling me that. I appreciate it. Charlie volunteered for my 2016 campaign and traveled the nation with my son, Don, Eric. I got to know him very well and saw immediately that Charlie was actually a master builder of people. It was Charlie who first started organizing young black conservatives hungry for support and leadership. It was Charlie who stood up for persecuted Christians and Jews on college campuses. It was Charlie who helped bring online censorship, free speech, and cancel culture to the fore of our political debate. He was right up there with me. It was Charlie who helped unite MAGA, and you know what MAHA is? That's right, make America healthy again. And tomorrow we're going to have one of the biggest announcements, really medically, I think, in the history of our country. We're going to be doing it with Bobby and Oz and all of the professionals. I think you're going to find it to be amazing. I think we found an answer to autism. How about that? Autism tomorrow. We're going to be talking in the Oval Office in the White House about autism, how it happens, so we won't let it happen anymore, and how to get at least somewhat better when you have it, so that parents can help their child, their beautiful child. That's a big one. I've been bugging everybody over there, get the answer to that. You know, 20 years ago, 1 in 10,000 were born with autism. 20 years ago. The most recent survey says 1 in 12. How bad is that? That's for young boys, baby boys, but also girls a little bit better. It's about 1 in 20. But we can't, because obviously there was something really wrong, and we think we know what that is. It's going to be, I think it's going to be one of the most important news.
It's called the vaccines, Mr. President. It's called the vaccines, Mr. President. It's called the 72 injections by 18 months, Mr. President.
Charlie, he would have been front row center, believe me. We'll be missing him tomorrow. It was such a big deal for him, too. He brought together Donald Trump, Bobby Kennedy, right here in the great state of Arizona 1 year ago. Remember that? What a night, what a day that was. And it was Charlie who was among the first to speak to me about a man from Ohio by the name of J.D. Vance. Have you ever heard of him? He's doing a good job. But Charlie would often call me, sometimes the night before a big event, the other side of the country. And he'd ask me and say, do you think you could come and speak at the event? The following day, right? I'd say, Charlie, I'm the President of the United States. You want me to travel 4 hours by plane? And you know, sometimes I did it. He was a very good guy. He was a very convincing guy. He didn't stop, but he would ask for things like that. Sir, could you be tomorrow in California? I said, Charlie, give me a break, please. He just wouldn't stop, and he succeeded. But I almost always went because you never wanted to let Charlie down. He worked so hard, you just didn't want to let him down. I felt guilty. It'd make me feel very guilty. As president, many people asked me for things, but Charlie was one of the few who always gave more than he took. He was a giver, much more than a taker. And no matter how big Charlie became, no one was too small for him to notice. He was good to everybody. Didn't matter. Several years ago, a fourth grader asked Charlie to appear on his podcast, which was probably only watched by the parents of that fourth grader. And Charlie, who was actually pretty hot at the time, to be honest, he agreed, and the boy asked for advice. Charlie replied, the left, I call it the radical left. I call it sometimes the radical left lunatics. But Charlie didn't say that, he called it the left. He was probably right, but I can't help it. I can't help it. So he said the left, radical left lunatics, may have all the money in the world, but they could never outwork me. I will wake up as early as I need to about himself. I will stay up as late as I need to, and I will never stop fighting for our country. And he did this until his dying breath. That's what he was doing. That's what he was doing. Think of it. Wow. What a horrible moment. I was in the Oval Office when I heard they came in, and it was like a surreal experience and terrible, terrible. I had some very big people in the Oval Office, and I was in the midst of a very important conversation for our country. Big people, the biggest. And I said, you have to leave now. When they told me that, they told me in front of a group of very powerful people. I said, you have to leave now, right now, please. Right now, you have to leave, go. By his own determination and skill, Charlie Kirk built Turning Point from his humble beginnings, the beginnings that nobody believed could ever end up something like this, into a great movement and a juggernaut of American politics. And you know, we have a massive stadium loaded up with people, but he got tremendous crowds before he had this kind of horrible news and before we had to hear what happened so terribly. He delivered more than 250 speeches a year at over 200 colleges and universities, and that was at a time when it was not really vogue to go to colleges and universities if you were a conservative. It really took great courage. And we used to talk, and I said, you know, I think they're much more conservative than we know, and he agreed, but it just wasn't something that was happening because the radical left would do very bad things, very dangerous things. But Charlie set up chapters on 2,200 campuses and spoke at more than 1,000 churches. He launched a podcast and radio show that grew to an audience of 1 million Americans a day, one of the bigger shows on radio. And Charlie didn't just bring young people into the movement. All of a sudden it started to grow by leaps and bounds. By 2024, we won more young people than any Republican candidate in the history of our country, including for the first time a majority of males under 30. Can you believe it? Remember when Republican presidential candidates would get 4%? No, we did unbelievably with young people. And he was a big, big factor. Unbelievable. But he made me work for it. Sir, you have to make a speech here, you have to make a speech there. But we did it, and we won, and our country is doing unbelievably well now. We had a country that was dead 1 year ago, and now we have the hottest country anywhere in the world. And Charlie helped us make it that. One of the great people. But through it all, the core of Charlie's message and his basic method never changed. It never really changed. He stayed the same person also. At every campus event, Charlie asked the people who disagreed with him to come forward, and instead of silencing them, he handed them a microphone and let them speak. And he convinced so many of them. It was a pretty amazing thing to watch, actually. Shortly before Charlie arrived on campus, the day he was assassinated, a staff member texted him that there were many critics and students who were opposed to his views and rather strenuously in the crowd. And that actually made him feel good because he wanted to convince them. He understood. He really did. He understood what was right. And he was right about that. A lot of it was based on common sense, by the way. Charlie wrote back to the staff member saying, I'm not here to fight them. I want to know them and love them, and I want to reach them and try and lead them into a great way of life in our country. In that private moment on his dying day, we find everything we need to know about who Charlie Kirk truly was. He was a missionary with a noble spirit and a great, great purpose. He did not hate his opponents. He wanted the best for them. That's where I disagreed with Charlie. I hate my opponent. And I don't want the best for them. I'm sorry. I am sorry, Erica. But now Erica can talk to me and the whole group, and maybe they can convince me that that's not right, but I can't stand my opponent. Charlie's angry. Look at that. He's angry at me now. He wasn't interested in demonizing anyone. He was interested in persuading everyone to the ideas and principles he believed were good, right, and true. Before each appearance, he prayed these words: God, use me for your will. Always said the same thing. Use me for your will. And that is exactly what God did. When you think, that's exactly what he did. The more success Charlie had, and he was getting more and more successful, the more dangerous his mission became. On campuses all over the country, his quest for open dialogue was met with menacing hate. There were bomb threats, pulled fire alarms, and countless rage-filled radicals who tried to shout him down. It was nasty. I used to say, Charlie, this is nasty stuff you're doing. At one event, police had to build barricades to protect students from an angry mob of thugs. Many of these people, by the way, are paid a lot of money to do this. They're agitators. They're paid agitators. Remember that. When you see they all have the same beautifully printed sign, every sign is identical, comes out of a top-level print shop. That's not the signs that are made in somebody's basement. Those are paid for by very bad people, and hopefully we're going to be finding out through the DOJ who those people are. At another college, Antifa terrorists shattered windows, threw rocks, and tried to storm the building where Charlie was speaking. It was a really bad one. Often dozens of police officers were needed to prevent left-wing violence. And the violence comes largely from the left. You don't hear that from too many people, do you? And virtually every day for years, before he was murdered, Charlie received these horrible death threats. People don't know. I used to talk to him about it. He said, I got some threats. He always felt that when they actually made the threat, they were not the ones to worry about. The ones to worry about were the ones that don't make the threats. I think you know what I mean. He knew the risk, but he and I shared a certain motto: never back down and never ever surrender. Just don't surrender, never back down. He believed in it so strongly. So strong. And he's right. He's totally right. The radicals and their allies in the media, sometimes referred to, as my son said, the fake news media, tried to silence Charlie for a simple reason: because he was winning, and he was winning big. He was taking over college campuses, colleges that had, in theory, only very liberal, or as they like to say, progressive. I call them liberal, but they like to call themselves, it's such a beautiful word, progressive. They're the opposite of progressive, if you think about it. But they were really nasty, and he would go into these colleges. All of a sudden, within 2 years, 3 years, they turned into bastions of conservatism. It was really quite amazing to see. They lied about him because they did not want you to listen to him or to learn from him, because what he was talking about and even preaching made so much sense. Everywhere he went, he won the debates, he won the hearts, he won the minds, and yes, he won the elections for people. He helped us, he helped other people. We won the biggest election in the history of our country, I believe. Charlie Kirk was without a doubt among the most influential figures in the most important election in the history of our country. The election of, that beautiful day, November 5th, 2024. Do you remember that day? It was 9 months ago. What a day that was. I mean, we had a pretty good day in the first one. And I must tell you, on the second one, we had a phenomenal day. But a lot of bad things happened. And now that's not even questioned. They cheated like dogs, but we got them back, didn't we, huh? Got them back. But we owe Charlie a profound and eternal debt of gratitude now, just like Charlie and Erica made Turning Point hot. We are looking at a country that has the chance to attain a level like never before. Tariffs are making us rich again, richer than anybody ever thought was possible. And the only one challenging them are people that hate our country or foreign countries that are paying a price, because they did the same thing to us for years. They took advantage of us, but we're making money. We're becoming richer and richer, and we're taking care of our people better and better when we do that. And we can take care of other countries better and better, but we're doing unbelievably well. The tariffs have really been a hold. The election was big, but the tariffs, because of the election, came in. And remember, other nations do that to us. And Charlie understood that. He saw the money. He saw what was coming into our country, and we can use that for Medicare, Medicaid, Social Security, all of these things that we fight so hard for. And that's exactly what's happening. The numbers are incredible. When the news finally came out on election night last November that the race was officially won, came out pretty early in the night. Charlie was live on camera. In that moment, he was overcome with emotion. I've never seen him like this. He was so happy. For a long while, he said nothing. His eyes were filled with tears, and then he buried his face in his hands, and he started crying. That wasn't the Charlie I knew, but in thinking about it, it actually was the Charlie I knew, because he had a tremendous heart. He just wanted what was good for our country, and he saw us going in such a horrible direction. Lovingly, Eric, and this was so beautiful. Erica put a MAGA hat on to cover his bowed head. I like that very much. MAGA, we love. Does everybody love MAGA? Make America great again. When Joe Biden used to get up, remember the speeches? We will stop MAGA. We will stop MAGA. You know, he could barely get the words out. We will stop. I said, can somebody inform him that MAGA means make America great again? How do you say you're going to stop it? And Charlie understood that. When Charlie finally looked up and spoke, he smiled through the watery eyes and simply said, I am humbled by God's grace. That was his statement that night. I was watching him. I was very impressed, actually. It showed he had a big heart. Every single American should take a long, hard look at the twisted soul and dark spirit of anyone who would want to kill a young man as good as Charlie. To kill anybody, but to kill a man like this, he didn't deserve this. He didn't deserve this. Our country didn't deserve this. And anyone who would make excuses for it are just out of their mind. Charlie's murder was not just an attack on one man or one movement. It was an attack on our entire nation. That was a horrible attack on the United States of America. It was an assault on our most sacred liberties and God-given rights. The gun was pointed at him, but the bullet was aimed at all of us. That bullet was aimed at every one of us. Indeed, Charlie was killed for expressing the very ideas that virtually everyone in this arena and most other places throughout our country deeply believed in. But the assassin failed in his quest because Charlie's message has not been silenced. It now is bigger and better and stronger than ever before, and it's not even close. And it's rare that such a thing happens, but Charlie is bigger today than he was, think about it, just 2 weeks ago. He's bigger today than he was 2 weeks ago. Now, that may not help his friends and loved ones, of which there are so many. It may not help Erica, those beautiful children who have to suffer so horribly through this moment, but they know it's true. He's bigger now than ever before, and he's eternal. He's eternal. And I just want to say we love him. And he's looking down at us right now, and he said, wow, that's a great crowd. He said, that's a great crowd. And it's a great crowd of patriots. But that's why I will soon award Charlie the nation's highest civilian honor, the Presidential Medal of Freedom. It's the highest civilian honor. And we will do the ceremony at our beautiful White House in a very safe Washington, D.C., a place that Charlie truly revered. Yeah, we stopped the crime in Washington. Took 12 days. Now you can go to restaurants. You can walk down the middle of the street with your wife. You can have your wife walk alone down the middle of the street. She's going to be in good shape. What a difference. What a difference good management really makes. But I'm so proud of that Washington, D.C. You know, it's one of the worst in the nation, in the world. And now it's considered a very safe city. And it's also, I passed it yesterday, I went through it, and the lawns are good. It's like a different place. It's like the tents are gone, the threats are gone, the gangs aren't there. We got rid of, we took out 1,500 career criminals, 1,500. If you have 3 career criminals, that can make a big difference. But I'm so proud of Washington, D.C., and now we're going into Memphis. And we'll get that one straightened out fast. And then we're going into some others, but we're going to go to Chicago, and we're going to have Charlie very much in mind when we go into Chicago. And we'll get that one straightened out. You have an incompetent governor who, he thinks it's okay when 11 people get murdered over the weekend. He thinks you don't have any crime when 11 people get murdered and 28 people get shot. He says he's got crime. No, they don't have it under control, but we'll have it under control very quickly. So we're going to be doing that. And Charlie loved what we were doing. He was so proud of what happened. He was there to see it. He's so proud of what happened in Washington, D.C. As you know, the depraved assassin who planned and executed Charlie's killing has been arrested and charged with capital murder. God willing, he will receive the full and ultimate who many of them are. But law enforcement can only be the beginning of our response to Charlie's murder. Over the last 11 days, we have heard stories of commentators, influencers, and others in our society who greeted his assassination with sick approval, excuses, or even jubilation. You've heard that. So have I. Couldn't believe it. Some of the very same people who spent the last 8 years trying to sit in moral judgment of anyone who disagreed with them about politics suddenly started cheering for a murder. Incredible. You know the names. They're major losers, by the way. That will be proven out in a short period of time. Some of the very people who called you a hater for using the wrong pronoun were filled with glee at the killing of a father with 2 beautiful young children. And the same commentators who this week are screaming fascism over a canceled late-night TV show where the anchor had no talent and no ratings. Last week were implying that Charlie Kirk deserved what happened to him. No side in American politics has a monopoly on disturbed or misguided people. But there's one part of our political community which believes they have a monopoly on truth, goodness, and virtue, and concludes they have also a monopoly on power, thought, and speech. Well, that's not happening anymore. We've turned that corner very quickly. Tragically, atrocities of this kind that we saw in Utah, of all places, are the eventual consequence of that kind of thinking. If speech is violence, then some are bound to conclude that violence is justified to stop speech. And we're not going to let that be justified. The tradition of reason and open debate that Charlie practiced is not a pillar of our democracy. In many ways, it's the basis of our entire society. It's the right inheritance of every free American, the greatest legacy of the Enlightenment, and among the most treasured achievements of civilization. We will defend it at all costs, and we will carry forward the torch of liberty that Charlie Kirk held so proud and so high. He was so proud, and he did hold that torch high. We will never, ever let it fail. We will never let it fail. But we're going to raise it higher than ever before. It's going to be raised, and this is the beginning. Perhaps it should be no surprise that Charlie, who spent his life speaking with the critics of these traditions, ultimately became convinced that we needed not just a political realignment, but also a spiritual reawakening. We did. And we have to bring back religion to America, because without borders, law and order, and religion, you really don't have a country anymore. We want religion brought back to America. We want to bring God back into our beautiful USA like never before. We want God back. Charlie would have been so pleased to hear his friends and colleagues today giving testimony and giving glory to God. Within minutes of the gunshot in Utah, millions of Americans, young and old, heard the news and dropped to their knees and started praying. Even many who rarely prayed asked God for a miracle. Please, God, save Charlie. But although Charlie's time with us on earth has ended, those prayers for a miracle have already been answered. Look at what's happening. Look at what's happening. In the days since Charlie's death, we have seen how his legacy has touched so many millions around the world. In Calgary, Canada, thousands gathered at City Hall to sing the American national anthem and raise up posters with the name Charlie Kirk. In Seoul, South Korea, crowds gathered to wave American flags and shout, "We are for Charlie Kirk." His memory has been honored in the streets of Berlin, Warsaw, Vienna, Sydney, Madrid, London, Tel Aviv, and all over the world. So beautiful to watch. A man as far away as rural Australia texted a pastor, "I'm going to come to church tomorrow for the first time ever." The pastor asked, "Why is that?" The man replied, "Because of Charlie Kirk." Can you imagine? The lesson of Charlie's life is that you should never underestimate what one person can do with a good heart, a righteous cause, a cheerful spirit, and the will to fight, fight, fight. Have to fight. We're saving our country. And Charlie's a big factor, such a big factor. Charlie Kirk started with only an idea to change minds on college campuses, and instead he ended up with a far greater achievement, changing history. Changed history. Today, Charlie Kirk rests in glory in heaven for all eternity. He has gone from speaking on campuses in Wisconsin to kneeling at the throne of God, where he is right now. We grieve for the friend and leader that we have lost, but we go forward strengthened by his faith and bolstered by his courage and inspired by his example to defend the country he lived for the freedoms he died for, and the values in which he so deeply believed. He believed in values that we should all believe in. Charlie created something very special. It's called Turning Point USA. And under the leadership and love of Erica, it will become bigger and better and stronger than ever before. So Charlie, we all want to thank you. We want to say a very loud, God bless you, Charlie. God bless you for what you've done. It's incredible. And God bless Erica and the children. God bless the United States of America. And Could I ask Erica, please come out? Erica, please come out. Thank you.
Yo, Matt, after this is all over, bro, can we talk about some developing shit on this whole thing?
Yeah, I'll probably sick of Halloween.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you very much, and good luck. God be with you. Thank you.
That's it, huh? Yeah, can we talk about this one?
Go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, John, for playing that. Appreciate it, man.
Cool.
Let me restart. Give me like 10 or 15 minutes because I need to go grab something to drink. But then, I'll just restart the room. We can talk about it.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Just some new developments. We should talk about this for sure. So.
All right. I'm going to close it down for now, but appreciate it. Thanks. See you guys in like 10 or 15 minutes.
That these things start to blur. So you start to kind of have like a relapse, or like there's a glitch where you kind of have a reference of your past life or something like that. Just a theory. I'm not saying it's facts. I'm just saying like something I kind of think. Well, because if you think about it, that would explain why we have those things like deja vu.
I wouldn't explain that, but cool theory, man.
To toss you a bone for that, just in general, a better theory that I did here is more so like if quote unquote take the path to get the amnesia because death is so fucking like traumatic.
He's saying all this stuff because it's like, the truth coming out, right?
What's going on? What you mean? What truth?
Because it's like, if we know that this country has long been on some crooked-ish, right? And whoever is at the helm, meaning whoever's in the seat, right? If they are saying, oh, okay, now I'm in the seat, it's different. Man, come on. That's what the last 500 have said. None are any different. I mean, I don't have to.
What you talking about, buddy?
I'm saying whether you are right or left.
Don't worry about it.
Whether you are right or left, whether you're white or black, if you are playing in this political system, right? It's not meant for the people who are oppressed, and
okay.
There you go. You're right.
Okay. All right.
Hey, is it true that Trump gave HBCUs $500 million?
When?
Yes, it is true.
Oh, okay. I just wanted to ask the room.
I haven't heard that. We got a Trump on stage. Can we help him out?
He did, but now they're saying.
Wait a minute. We're not going to pivot. See, this is what y'all got to stop doing. That's what you got to stop doing. We having a conversation. We don't have to let that person steer the conversation. Okay? Let's just get back to the conversation. So we're listening to Trump. And Trump has said what he said, for whatever reason, he wants to blame it on the left. I don't get it. Like, why is that a thing? And why do we have to keep repeating the same stuff? Like, we're at a funeral right now, right? So why are we talking about if I wouldn't become president, this world was sinking and what's going on? Are y'all asleep?
Maybe Lex can answer that question for you.
Oh, I didn't listen to the So, what do you say? Let me hear it. What do you say?
Oh, you just got here?
Yeah.
Yeah, we've been playing. Yeah, we've been playing his response. We listened to the wife. He spoke. Yeah, and is in the middle of speaking right now. So.
I didn't think you needed to hear everything to answer your question.
Well, I mean, I'm gonna be honest. They're doing this kid dirty. I mean, like they're using his passing as a way to fuel their agendas. That's what I think is going on. All right, that's a fact.
Okay.
Oh yeah, going over the funeral. That's because I was about to ask for a recap. That was my whole point of coming up.
Oh yeah.
We was playing Trump and the wife before that. Trump is downstairs. Patty, was there more left or were they done?
There was more, but we just talking about the same stuff. If y'all want to continue, I can play more.
I don't know if I can.
What was the question that you
I
asked?
have to hear no one. I didn't even hear nothing but all.
We can play 5 more minutes. Let me go ahead and play it real quick.
Daddy.
People with development.
Hey, I wanted to say something real quick though.
No.
Before you start. Come on, man. Hey, what if you guys have recently?
We're not a man. I'm not a man.
All right, I'm sorry. I know you're not a man. If you all have heard that he had started asking questions or talking about how Israel is involved in a lot of the crooked stuff that we see going on in this country and abroad.
White supremacists don't like Israel. What is that a thing?
Allow me, sir. It's funny how as soon as I say Israel, nigga come out of the woodworks to say that.
I am not
Anyway.
All right, one at a time. There's no need for somebody interrupting. It's okay. Stay focused. You got 5 seconds. Let's go.
It's has anyone else noticed that? And I think that's something that's seriously poignant that no one wants to talk about.
All right.
I'm done. Yes.
Thank you, babe.
And there you
go. You ready? And there you go.
You know what? I fucked up because it was live and I didn't.
Oh, shit.
It's okay.
That was God. That was God. You're God.
It's okay, Patty.
Oh, beautiful.
Patty, I'm trying to say my name.
Coach Lee, where you at? What's going on? Dad, how you feeling? What's up? How you feeling?
I be trying to say it. I should be saying that. Patty.
Stop making noises.
Oh, Sin is in the building. Hey, Sin, where you been? You know, let me just bring it to the
Hey to you too, First Lady Letitia.
Hey, Brooklyn. Brooklyn.
Yeah, we gotta stay on code. Yeah.
Then you keep coming to class late. That's all I have to say.
I was in class earlier, bitch. I was talking about stuff that I didn't care about.
Oh, not you, Brooklyn. I was on the sun. I know you can't
miss all the Charlie Kirk foolishness.
Are we still talking about Charlie Kirk or we're gonna transition?
No, we're going to Charlie. I thought you said it was done.
You know, these people don't like transitions. So don't transition nowhere. I like transitions.
No, they don't like transitions.
Robert, you're late to class too? Okay, I'm going to put it down. I'm going to mark it.
I think everybody in here has ADHD. Something's going on.
No, wait. Are you playing more, Patty?
You know, I said that I lost the live and I was trying to see if I could find the video to get back to where we were at, but they haven't published it yet.
Oh.
Right. So all you was just wanting to talk.
So you're not going to talk about what's going on currently?
So how did y'all feel about the funeral? Y'all watched it? Let's talk about that. I thought y'all was playing excerpts from it. Y'all was playing excerpts from it.
No, we just heard the wife and Trump speaking.
Oh, okay. And what y'all felt about that?
It was real ashy.
I think they wrote both of their speeches for them when they got on stage.
So the wife made some good points, and then one thing that Ace said that I totally agree with Ace is what she should have done if she could have reunited the country. That was her chance to unite the country since she's on this Christian thing, right? She should have freaking united the country. She's got everybody's ears and eyes, and she's talking about forgiveness. But in the beginning, it wasn't about forgiveness. It was about going after certain.
How was she going to unite the country?
I mean, under his name. Like, she could have said something. She didn't have to say what she didn't have to, like, she could have said something. I'm not saying it would have been united, but he obviously, he's influenced a lot of people because they're there for his funeral.
I think this is all a big dog signal. I don't think nobody learned that much.
I get it. But that was her chance, so that just proves that she doesn't give a fuck.
Well, Petty, you're right. She could have easily. All she could have said is, "I'm seeing stuff online where everyone's, left and the right, left and right, where one people come together." She could have just said something like that, right? And what happens after that is what happens after that.
Wait, how?
But she didn't choose to.
How could that guy prove that nobody really cared about him that much when his company?
What's going on?
What the fuck?
You know that he had a following.
Well, I said
The whole point of it is he had a following. That's what A said. That's what I said. He had a whole following. What are you talking about? Nobody.
No, you know when you disagree, people take things to the extreme. I said what's going on now. I don't believe he was that influential. I believe that the people that are going are showing up to like make a point. I believe all of this stuff, all his death is being used to make a point. Let me just finish and then maybe you'll understand. Hey, let's do this. Let's everybody just take a calm down, and so just let everybody finish what they gotta say. Okay? Because I don't want to get motherfucking interrupted on motherfucking night. So I don't think that Charlie Kirk had that much of a pull or effect on people. I think that anybody could have died on that side and they would have blew it up to a big deal because that falls right into their plan. And so this is actually perfect for them. And I think that all the racists and all the other people, they went because the funeral needs to have big numbers because that's what they do. They tout all of that stuff. I don't think that, this is a direct reflection on his influence or anything like that. That's what I think.
Well, they did definitely use his death, right? The one side did use it to push their propaganda. I see that. However, he may not have been influential to some of us in here. I was surprised to see people that I know who were posting about him like crazy, the Christian side of it and ignoring all of his racist rhetoric. He definitely appealed to that subsection that tends to be more like, anti-fascism and all that nonsense. The ones that maybe are not as traditional. He was really speaking. I think he's 31 years old. Him going to college campuses, he was appealing to a section of America that usually does not vote for, these ideologies of the boomers. Let's just call it that way. He really did wake people up. Yes, did the left, whatever, did the alt-right, the Trumpers and MAGAs use this tragedy to push their rhetoric? Absolutely. But we cannot say he was a nobody. Oh, I was shocked to see how many people I knew were praising him, are still talking about him, who are crying about a man they haven't met because they keep going back to he's preserving our Christian values. He's preserving our whiteness. I hate to say it, but that's what it is. He did. There was a following. Did you not hear the stupidness that Trump said? People around the world. We're talking about down from Calgary, Alberta, and Canada to Australia to the UK. They're actuals for this man. He did have a following. He did have an impact. Your point, yes, they're amplifying it. They're using this to push their bullshit. So
all I'm gonna say is this is my same stance on with the Trump thing. I think we give these people far too much credit. Instead of really just taking a look at what it actually is. And I don't think that on the left it does us any favors is when we do this concede game and go, yeah, they were this. No, well, let's just like look into it a little bit more. He went to campuses that he wanted to go to. It's not like they were like, yeah, Charlie Kirk, we want like that. That would be popularity if there was an overwhelming demand for him. No,
he has over 900 chapters at different campuses. He has over 3,500 chapters at between community colleges and high schools. So there's something going on with his message, whether you want to believe it or not. 900 fucking chapters, and these are.
It's not about whether I want to believe it. Y'all won't. If I say something is I don't agree with something, y'all gonna say I said the whole thing. So it's not about me believing it or not. But I bet you I've watched more Charlie Kirk than anybody on this stage. I bet you.
You probably have, because I don't.
I'm a little bit more aware of the nuances to this. I just think that y'all see something and y'all just make this statement. That's what they want us to do.
My daughter talk about his fucking chapter that he has at Penn. What are you talking about? He was in here the other week.
What does that convey?
Fucking Dr. AG brought it up at her campus.
That he was effective. He's
very effective at these campuses.
Okay.
And he has millions of dollars behind it.
Go watch the videos, and then y'all tell me that he was effective.
Have their own experience. I'm talking about my daughter. I'm talking about Dr. AG.
That they knew about him? That doesn't mean was your daughter and Dr. AG followers of his? No. So how does that mean he's effective?
On campus. My daughter, the school she goes to, she sees what's going on in campus.
Right. There was a time when the Republicans,
and don't forget about the social media following, guys.
Right. And there was a time when the young Republicans on campus weren't popping. Turning Point USA really gave the young Republicans, because that's all Turning Points USA is young Republicans, right? These organizations already existed, but anybody with a camera can be have reach.
All I'm saying is when you look at the numbers, the young people did voted less than they've ever voted before.
Especially given that he had millions of dollars behind him, because he didn't pop up out of nowhere. Like he was supported by the Republican establishment to do exactly what he did. He didn't just pop up out of nowhere. He's an operative.
I didn't say that. I didn't say he popped up out of nowhere. But y'all got there. Whoever with that staticky voice, I was gonna let her finish. Everybody talks. Y'all gotta find y'all some kids to tell what to do. I'm not your kid.
Yeah, I my fault. And I wanted to say this though, because with Charlie Kirk, Bill Montgomery, he's the co-founder of Turning Point. Why nobody talk about Bill Montgomery? Yeah. Why we don't talk about him?
What's to say?
Oh yeah, but I'm saying that's the network, right? That's so old.
That's right. That's the money. Yeah, that's the money behind the magic.
Exactly. So why are we making it
behind the scenes?
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, let's stop acting like this is just side kid with nothing going on. They had like.
No, go ahead. Big him up.
No,
gas
you
on.
could be emotional. You see what I'm saying? Like,
no gas on.
Yeah,
you can be easily impressed.
Yeah, you got it.
So,
you in the mood.
It just seems one second.
Stop it. We're just having a fucking conversation. If it's too much, then maybe people need to leave. Like, we can have the conversation. Like, go ahead.
I too feel like, obviously when someone dies, it's always, the Republicans right now, they're taking advantage of the opportunity. They're making it seem like he's bigger than he was, right? If you would have told me last month that Charlie Kirk was going to die and his funeral or service was going to be at a football stadium, I would have laughed in your face, right? I think the Republicans, I've seen the Republican societies in schools, it's always just a group of losers. Yes, they have a presence, but these are people that no one really checks for and nobody wants to date. So they join these organizations, but they can have 1,000 of these, but they're literally full of losers and rejects that nobody wants to fuck with. So I don't know. I think that they took advantage of the opportunity to distract from the Epstein files, and they're making this whole big deal out of Charlie Kirk. I'm not saying he's not influential. I'm not saying that he's not big. But for people to start saying, oh, he was going to run for president and he was going to do all these things and he was J.D. Vance's best friend, like, I don't know about all that. Like, that just sounds weird to me. Like, I never heard of this until he died. But y'all can correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, it seems like they both definitely blowing it out of proportion. But you got to take into consideration, like, nowadays, it doesn't take long for people to become popular or have a following because everybody's so susceptible to following behind other people. So, like, I agree with Jess. Like, he's really not that fucking important. And he probably does have a following, but the following that he has is just like, this is just some new age shit with people just following behind anything that they see.
They had a Charlie Kirk character on South Park.
Finished, but go ahead.
They're depicting this guy in cartoons, like they made a Charlie Kirk character on South Park. Like he's you just gotta give credit where credit is due.
What is the credit? What's the credit?
The credit is that he was effective.
Did before Charlie Kirk died, did any of these political rooms, did we ever have Charlie Kirk as a conversation?
That's it have to.
We did.
Because he wasn't talking to us. He was talking to those people.
It doesn't matter. What I'm saying is, to me, we're caught up in the wheel. They say it and we believe it. They say, like, when you step back and pan out, if we started doing that and presenting doubt and stop being like, yeah, he was so influential. He had a presence. Like, look at the words y'all are using. He had a presence. All right, so he had something set up on that does not make him popular. That does not make him this heavy, influential person that y'all are saying he is. And they do this with every figure that they have. They come, and now that this person passed, y'all can really, I'm not saying he was unpopular, but saying that a billionaire backed him when there's we know why they backed him. It's not because he's super popular. It's because they have a message that they want to get out. And like, because you went to some colleges, you got into it with some queer people, and a whole bunch of lame incels heckled you or whatever, and you that's drama. That's pomp and circumstance. That's not necessarily a popularity and credit that needs to be given. And I don't think y'all understand, like, combat and signals. I definitely know the Democrats don't, because we love doing that whole thing. Now they right. That's so stupid. Even if they are right, you never say that. That's how we always do this gullible, goofy shit and think we're like turning it. No, that's what they want us to say. He was so influential. Okay, if y'all say so.
He was a nobody.
No.
Here's the deal. Hold on, who's talking?
Knowledge.
Hold on, bro. He was, listen, he had his group, he had his little space on the internet. He was influential to the degree that he was influential. But I do agree with Just. If this happened to Tucker Carlson, if this happened to Ben Shapiro, if this happened to anybody else on the right, it would have been the exact same sentiment. Ben Shapiro would have been running for president. Tucker Carlson would have been running for, we would have had the same rhetoric. He would have been best friends with Trump. He would have been best friends with J.D. Vance. It would have been all the same stories. We would have got the same rhetoric. So I get what y'all are saying, but at the same time, it's just like, are we not watching the same thing? They're grandstanding this guy in a position that he really wasn't in before. I watched Tucker Carlson fill a 15,000. I have personal issues with Tucker Carlson that I've dealt with face to face. He's a fucking weirdo and he's a complete racist. So I've watched that motherfucker on a Tuesday night fill up a 15, 20 basketball arena in Texas on a random fucking Tuesday because people want to hear him talk. Charlie Kirk was doing campus courtyards and shit.
And I get what y'all are saying.
Yeah, I get what y'all are saying, but this would have happened for any political figure that stood on the right. That's
They
that's
have
And then we can't even have the conversation because niggas will beat you up on your side about if you present any doubt to that person. Look how y'all niggas reacted. Because I'm a hater, I'm a this. No, why we can't analyze what I'm saying? That's how y'all do everybody on the left that presents a narrative. But y'all go with every narrative that the left throws at you. He was influential, so y'all come back in here and repeat it and repeat it. I'm not saying he wasn't, but he wasn't no more popular than Candace or any of these other geeks that that popped up on the right. But this, he was so influential, 415. He did this. This is what he got his ass up to do. It's not because he was in such high demand and he's fucking Janet Jackson. I just think, I don't know. It just seems we dizzy over here on this side.
No. We not dizzy. Because when with the Epstein situation, right? Didn't Trump get on the phone with Charlie Kirk? You're aware of this, Culture?
What does that mean? This is what I mean by easily impressed. Okay.
Bro, can we walk through this real quick without you?
Yeah. I'm sorry. This is how I talk, bro. I'm not mad. This is how I talk.
No, it's all good, bro. What I'm saying is, with the Epstein shit, Trump called Charlie Kirk pretty much like, "Hey, yo, bro, you making too much noise about this shit. Like, calm down your constituents because you're making it hot."
I don't think Trump called him.
Hold up. If he also had a direct line to the White House. Y'all gonna tell me that that's not a motherfucker with some influence somewhere?
Yeah, that is true. I didn't hear that.
I don't even understand what the fuck that got to do with the price of tea in China. How the fuck we know that he got on the phone with him? And yeah, see, the thing is, yes, he has a targeted audience on the internet. Future reached out to Kevin Samuels, that type of shit. That fucking manosphere group of niggas that love to suck the dick of a person on the internet. Yes,
except instead of
get it. And it's effective in its own way, but to make it as like he was the fucking icon is ridiculous, and that's what it sounds like. The way that y'all talking about him and agreeing with how the fucking Republicans and stuff, he's nobody of that importance. Like, Kai Cenat should get way more treatment than he would.
Brooklyn,
you see what I'm saying? Like, no, I'm serious.
She right there.
I'm serious.
Brooklyn.
What about the other white boy that be with Kai Cenat? He was way more popular.
Y'all can't be talking over each other. What's going on?
They just want to talk when I talk. Go ahead. No, I'm gonna let them talk. It's okay. Go ahead.
I'll ask you a question, Brooklyn. So I think your analogy is correct, right? It is like Future and Kevin Samuels, but in this case, Future is the actual president of the United States. And so this dude, again, is being paid. I think his salary alone was $300 million, $300,000 a year. And his operating budget was millions of dollars. This is the guy that Lex brought up. He had backing. So I don't think that, someone, at one point he was a nobody, but he was turned into somebody because you can't just be a nobody and have a direct line to the president, and nobody's praising him. Like, this is not our boy. It's in the rules of war, you got to know your enemy. Like, what? And I'll say it like that. You have to have a clear picture of what you're up against. He had reach, and now he has even more reach because of the way he's being painted as some Christian saint to all these people who had not seen him. I've known about Charlie Kirk for years. He had a summit every year. This year, I think he had 50,000 people show up at his summit. It's a 3-day event, and they were bagging him because of the Epstein situation. You know, that again, like a couple of months ago, everybody was on Epstein, everybody was on the economy and this bill and how it was fucking everybody over, right? This is the type of stuff they were talking about. I think that shit was in like May or June, right? He's been on a lot of the, so yeah, he is like a Candace Owens, but he in his rank of that genre of people, it is higher than.
He's a white boy, so it's a little bit higher. Look at Candace's numbers.
I'm not talking about that though. I'm not talking about his race.
What are you talking? I'm talking about the numbers. Candace is right up there with him.
Let me say this.
Y'all be so easily impressed by popularity.
Money, power, and respect.
I'll be like,
money,
like Jesus.
Culturally, money, power, and respect.
Hold on, King, because the reason why I made the Kevin Samuels Future analogy is to show you how one person yes, I can't compare Future to the president, and I'm not trying to, but what I'm saying is that yes, these people have reached to a certain a particular audience of people, right? And he had conversation, he was influential in his own way. Maybe not everybody in our generation may have known them, but it's a certain generation of people that he reached out to. Yes, I get that part. But what I'm saying is the only reason why y'all make it seems as though he's so fucking big is because on live TV he got shot in the fucking neck. That's what made him more popular than every fucking body. And they get the blow all of this shit up and make it seem like he was so important because these are fucking politicians, and that's what fucking politicians do. This is their opportunity to make liberals and Democrats out to be fucking demonic while making it seem like everything that they're doing is fucking perfect. And everybody really is playing into it, to be honest with you, because yes, now y'all seeing that, oh, he's getting memorialized. They want they get naming parts after him. They fucking giving him days and all of this, that, and the third. This is psychological warfare. They done fucking made you niggas believe
and I got proof of what
was something fucking important and he really not.
I got proof of what I was saying.
Honesty.
Candace Owens has 6.3 million followers. Charlie Kirk had 1.7 million. It's ballooned to 13 million after he died. What that says to me is we play into it. We played into Trump and we're playing into this. And we think, I'm sorry, y'all could get mad at me, y'all could want to fight me, but a lot of times we think we being analysis and we think we're giving credit where credit is due, and we're really falling into their saying. We're just adding to the hoopla. We're adding to the hype. All they do is talk about numbers, and that's what we do by giving them all this credit. Oh, he had influence just like any other influencer. Actually, the black girl may have a little bit more than him, and she just can't get the same opportunities. But she's had consistently more followers than him for a long time, and she probably pulls in as much money. That's why she had to part with them other people. But I just think it's silly, and nobody else does. You just said the art of war. Nobody else does this in war. Is sit on the other side and clap for your opponents every time they do something and try to be overly cordial and nice to them. That is why we're losing, and we're gonna keep losing because we always want to give credit and be the good Samaritans. That shit is stupid to me.
I also want to touch on that.
Stating a fact is not liking.
It's your fact. I just showed you that it wasn't that fact.
And to your point, hold on, bro. To culturally's point, I just looked up Charlie Kirk's shit on his main medium where he garners attention from, which is YouTube. Charlie Kirk's following on YouTube is 5.36 million. Ben Shapiro is sitting at 7 million plus. Ben Shapiro is he has 3 billion more views on his videos than Charlie Kirk does. And Daily Wire, as far as we're talking about money and funds coming in, because I think that's what King was talking about. Charlie Kirk was doing about 80 million a year. Ben Shapiro is doing 150 million plus. recorded. If Ben Shapiro got shot in the neck on fucking TV, we'd be saying the same shit.
Exactly.
So I hear what y'all are saying, but we are doing this game of their game is working, of elevating an individual who really did not garner as much attention as they are saying that he got. He got a lot of attention. Nobody's debating that, but he wasn't the primary figure for the right. He just wasn't.
His popularity has grown since his death. He's way more popular after death than he ever was in life.
The primary figure is Trump.
The numbers say the primary figure for the right is Ben Shapiro. Out of all of them,
so the only thing that we were trying to say at the time is how he has garnered young people. Right. So like if you look at the numbers, and I just looked it up on CNN, I looked up on NBC, because they actually have. So when it comes to young people, he has changed the mindset of young people. These kids go to school wanting to save the world. They don't pay bills, right? They go to school to try to save the world. They have all these fucking.
Yeah, what happened?
She fell out.
She's not here.
You know what happened?
Battery dead.
I'm sure her battery died.
Let me say something real fast before she come back. MAGA has changed the mind of young people. It ain't just one person. That's the thing.
And he's also changed Democrat minds. Honestly.
It's the whole administration, the whole mind. It's like an ideology that we say this shit all the time. They read it from a book. That's the shit that changed the mind of the people. It's not this one ass person.
Charlie Kirk.
Y'all putting it on just Charlie Kirk.
We would have had a conversation about Charlie Kirk before this happened. We have never in the history of this room had any. We've had conversations. We never even talked about Ben Shapiro, but we talked about Candace Owens.
Right.
Because I would consider Candace Owens much more influential, just because she's a black woman doing something that other black women don't really do. But this, y'all, I don't know if y'all get into it with people or not, but this is how they do. He's gone, so now we can gas it like he was something totally else. And they'll say, because Tim Walz showed us that if you get up and agree and concede and say, yeah, you kind of right, I kind of do agree, that help us. But continue, and then y'all be saying, oh, that we're giving credit is due. What's the fucking credit?
Because ain't nobody saying that. Ain't nobody sucking this man's dick, yo.
Let me say something because I cut off. First of all, when we were talking about it, nobody was saying give credit where credit's due. The thing is, you were only hearing what you wanted to hear.
King literally said that.
Let me finish what I'm about to say. You were hearing what you wanted to hear. I brought up young people. I brought up campuses. There has been a major change on how these young kids in college have been thinking. They have fucking chapters at over 900 universities. Over 3,500 chapters at high schools and community colleges. There's no fucking Ben Shapiro at showing up at Penn, showing up at Stanford, showing up at these goddamn schools with fucking chapters. There is influence. We are not saying we're not being extreme. We're just telling you the truth. It is what it is. And to even think that it was only death, when there was an issue with Epstein, Charlie Kirk was in the news.
We never talked about him.
Fucking news.
I mean, and that's your view. That's your view. That's how you view it, and I don't view it that way at all. This was the lowest. The lowest.
We don't.
Right, but this was the lowest youth turnout ever.
Tell us that we were saying that he influenced. He just this and that. This that. No, that's
King
not.
literally said that. She said you got to give credit where credit is due. Lex said that in the chat.
Yeah.
Hold on. Hold on. So all I'm saying is, we can disagree, and I definitely disagree, because I don't think for a person to go from 1.3 million followers to 13 million in less than 2 weeks, that they're pouring sauce heavily on this joint. And no, Ben Shapiro didn't show up there because that's not what Ben Shapiro does. But if we're talking about followers and influence, that's a much heavy follower and influence count. And I still don't think either one of those people are that influential. No, I do hear what you...
So Ben Shapiro is not for A. Marie or Anaya. They're not going to listen to a Ben Shapiro.
That's correct.
And Anne Marie or an Aya is gonna, if they were to actually go into a school, because even at the school that Mel's daughter goes to, there's a chapter. So I can tell.
Because they set it up. They didn't request it. Okay. They set it up there.
I got it. Obviously, they set it up and the school approved it. You can't just set up a chapter. Even with AKA, they're trying. There's one of my daughter's friends in fucking New York right now is trying to get an AKA chapter.
But you can't mistake a push for a pull.
A chapter doesn't just pop up at a school because it's.
If you push it,
no, it doesn't just show. It doesn't show up like that.
So you kids requested it?
You can't just have a chapter at a school.
Right. Are you saying the kids requested it?
Exactly.
You can't. It's not just a request.
I know that you can't just pop. All I'm saying, that's regardless. I'm not talking about the technicalities. I'm talking about if he's funded by billionaires who want to push an agenda. He has it's like if I wanted to go and push the black and somebody gave me a piggy bank that had unlimited. Yes, I can set up a campus and everything. I have backers that have billions of dollars that want to put something across. And so this is exactly what they wanted to. They wanted to try to be so impressive, or I'm sorry, I'm gonna just have to keep. We are too far gone. We are way too easily impressed by stupid. Even the smart people on this side. King absolutely came out of her faces. We have to give credit where credit is due. Lex said, knowing your opponent, these things, that does not look good. We talk about. I'm gonna finish, and then anybody can finish or talk. And we talk about messaging. We talk about how we appear. This is how we appear. Dizzy. Because we always looking up saying, that was good. That was good. Instead of us coming up with a fucking person. But we always want to give these, even when presented with the facts, we will fight each other rather than work together to discredit them. And that's why we lose. That's it.
Oh, shit. I mean, look, he was.
Can I respond real quick?
I think what people are.
Can I respond real quick, Imhotep? Because
I ain't had to say.
Just give me 1 second.
Just don't start bothering me now. I'm trying to have a nice conversation, but don't start picking.
So I wish somebody would have told Gavin Newsom that Charlie Kirk wants shit to be, he was just another, person that wasn't relevant. Because as soon as Trump won the election and Democrats were running around, in a daze and in shock, Gavin Newsom went on Charlie Kirk's podcast to talk to him. Why him? Why not any of the other people in the pipeline like Shapiro, right? You can't. And this is not.
Well, then why?
It's crazy. It's what I'm saying is. Well,
so why?
I
you
don't
said why not? So why?
That's why.
Listen. The Democratic Party, even before the end of the even before November 4th, they were talking about they need an influencer on the scale of like a Joe Rogan or a Charlie Kirk. There is nobody on earth with his level of influence, not with money backing. We know now it's like people are tricking on these influencers and they're leaking. This person is getting money from the Democratic Party. These people are getting money from the Russians. Because Tim Pool and some other, Tim Pool, David Rubin, and some of the other alt-right pop-line figures, they were exposed for taking money from Russians. You can Google that. But Charlie Kirk had money from the Republican apparatus, from the Trump, like all of these people. He was just not. And it's a reason why Gavin Newsom would go on his program in particular and not Ben Shapiro's.
No, because
like
he was seen as the less as a kind of the less radical
That's
of
not
all
why
of them.
he went on.
You know,
That's not why he
that,
went on
that
the
is
show.
why he went on there. He was seen as the less radical of all of them. And if you know Gavin Newsom goes on. People he loves to debate these right wingers because he can watch them. Well, Charlie Kirk, when he first started out, what Charlie Kirk did, Charlie Kirk was getting no traction. He started getting traction when he got a little money. They told him, "Hey, you need to start being really controversial with what you talk about." You know, he was doing the change your mind thing, and it really wasn't catchy. So the guy behind him, that guy they talking about, gave him a little money. You know what I'm saying? Put it back in behind kind of this turning point, and you notice he became more controversial. You talking about black folk, talking about BLM, talking about all this stuff. That's how he came up. You know what I'm saying? He was influential debating college kids who didn't know nothing, who was ill prepared to debate anybody. That's why he wouldn't debate Dean Withers. That's why he wouldn't debate a lot of those young kids who really knew their stuff. He wouldn't debate Destiny, all them kind of people, right? So I mean, it's like he had influence, but he was lampooned on South Park. So he had influence to a certain extent, but not to this martyr Jesus-like thing they trying to raise him up to be. You know what I'm saying?
He ain't none of that. That's not the point people are trying to
just
make.
describe him as a popular influencer. All of this, he pulled and he had 250 campuses and all.
And that's what I said.
My son.
And that's exactly what I said.
But that meant nothing. It meant nothing.
That's what I said.
And it meant nothing. It meant nothing. I heard you when you said it. It didn't mean anything. All you seem is that you're mad impressed.
First of all, that's what I said. I said he was a popular influencer. I said, how can he not be popular when he has X amount of fucking chapters? All that extra shit about being impressed, nobody said that.
I never said that to you. The thing, y'all be jumping in front of the bullets. I literally said that to King.
He did his job.
Because that's what he said.
I didn't like his message. He ain't got to be on my team. Like you ain't never acknowledged the player on the other team.
Yes, when they were good, yes, I did. But what I'm saying is, Gavin Newsom said that his son was a fan of fuck. Nothing matters. He runs the biggest state in the United States. Y'all say everything you've been saying has been this person, that. What I'm saying is, as Democrats, as the smart part, we need to start forming our own opinions. We need to learn the ability to discredit things, and doing what you're doing, King, makes us look, to me, goofy. And every time you explain something, you say, but Gavin Newsom, but this person, but that person, that doesn't impress me. What I'm saying is what you can do, your intelligence, your ability. And when I break down Charlie Kirk's ability line by line, is not giving what they said it was supposed to have gave. So what I would describe him as is a right-wing influencer who had popularity. There were some that were way more popular than him. I will not gas him up. I will not do that because I know that does nothing for my side but make me look silly. And that's how I feel. You always do this, King. You always say, oh, you got to give this. I ain't got to do shit. And I won't do shit. And I just don't understand how we can be getting beat so bad. That's not how politics works. And you still wanna like say, no, they good. He wasn't even good. He had backing. He made some traction. That's it, bro. That's it. And you getting triple your followers in 2 weeks less than your death should tell you everything you need to know. But see, you want that to say everything, and I'm saying money, power, and respect. He was in proximity with the power players. He had the money backing him, and he did what he was paid to do, and he did it well. Okay. There are black children.
You're right. He was amazing.
How many people got to talk over each other?
Y'all are missing the point. Y'all are missing the point.
I'm asking you what the point is.
Y'all are missing the point. Doing it well. I wonder who on the left would you see black children talking about, I am Charlie? Like, people are black children. He's in there.
Because they're shoving him down everyone's throat. Like, are you not seeing this? They're now because
it didn't just start. It didn't just start.
You think that I am Charlie is an organic movement? It's not.
Yeah, that's a PR campaign.
And then we were just talking about him last month. What's going on?
No, I Am Charlie just started.
I Am Charlie. Yes, we were. Maybe you weren't here, but we were. We were talking about Epstein.
No, that's like coming. We were talking about I'm Charlie, not that. We're talking about the things that they're wearing that says I Am Charlie. That just started.
The martyrdom. Obviously, because he died.
But that's what we're talking about. We're not talking about him. We just talking about. That's what she said. She said that little black people are talking about I Am Charlie. So she's talking about the movement and that did just start. But do y'all realize that the right barely Kamala is qualified, barely acknowledged her influence, and here we are bigging up an influencer. We are fucked up, yo. We are really, really fucked up. The biggest people, the biggest and the brightest on our side, they will discredit the fuck out of them. And we're still over here like, nah, but we still gotta be fair. Because that's what we do, we being fair. Ooh, I don't get it, but y'all go ahead. Y'all see how well this works out for y'all.
Yeah, y'all are missing the point, but
don't worry about Charlie. Worry about the Christians that are behind them, guys. Don't worry about Charlie. If y'all worried about Charlie, y'all got a problem. Don't worry about Charlie. Worry about the Christians behind them. Those are the votes. Those are the numbers.
Agreed.
Those are the kids and the grandkids that's going to be voting. So that's what I guess you guys don't want to talk about that. He have the Christians behind him. So let's do some numbers. How many Christians are in the United States? Y'all want to speak about that? What's the numbers on that?
It's supposed to be just as many people reminding everybody of his fucking failures, of how fucking fucked up of a person he is.
Why would I preach to the choir? Why would I preach to the choir? Why do you want to preach to the choir? That's my point. You're trying to sell some shit to people who was already buying your message.
Hey, check this out. Only one person's going to talk at a time. Let Brooklyn finish and then go ahead and answer her.
I was speaking about the Christian, but I guess they wanted to go right over that. Interesting.
First of all, I can say what the fuck I want to say, King. It ain't. You don't need to fucking jump off the mic when I'm talking with that loud ignorant ass mic.
Talk.
No, bitch. I'm gonna talk when I feel like it. I just wanted to let you know that.
No, this is Sunday. Niggas got work to do.
I don't give a fuck.
I know you don't. Talk.
Come on, y'all.
You say you got something to say. Talk, nigga.
Are you upset because the boy died or something? Are you having a bad day because the boy died?
Brooklyn, you're a fool.
I'm gonna make fun of him.
You're a fucking fool. You're a fucking fool. If that's what y'all got out of this,
so I'm ignorant as fuck. What the problem is?
Girl, you're a dick rider.
But you want to jump off the mic every time.
He was so effective. He was so great.
That's not what the fuck I said.
You did say get credit with. That's what you always do.
That's not.
That's what you always do. Anytime something happens, you're right around the corner saying, "Oh, see that dude."
Y'all young, and you don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. Y'all don't know what the fuck I'm talking about.
Okay, so you got your opinion. We heard it. So
whatever,
I'm saying, we heard you. What the fuck? Like, you want to keep talking?
I'm just saying, I'm a fighter. I'm not like when I'm in a battle. I'm not gonna be sitting around saying, "Oh, they did good. They so effective." Nigga, I'm gonna be trying to figure out my plan. How I'm gonna get me a Charlie Kirk? We is bugging the fuck out for real. Like
we don't have a Charlie Kirk because everybody's independent. Everybody's independent. Everybody's independent. There's Charlie Kirk.
Yeah, and that's all we're willing to do is say we don't have a Charlie Kirk. We're not willing to get one.
Nah,
we're not willing to.
Y'all don't want to be done.
Well, one thing is y'all won't motherfucking listen. So we not.
My thing is, you have been talking all this time.
We won't make.
What the hell?
everybody got their nice. You have your nice mind.
Because you and King talking all this fucking time.
Every time that we don't have something, niggas want to say, "Oh, we don't have this." So get it. So figure it out. But why are we sitting around giving the other side props instead of figuring out somebody to get on our side the same way?
I wasn't giving nobody props. I was speaking about the Christians, but y'all didn't want to talk about that. Y'all went right over that.
Mel's 100% right. It's the Christians we need to worry about.
Y'all went right over that.
He had a whole bunch of young Christians that he had fucking trying to relay this message. And then
if y'all think Christians ain't pushing shit, y'all gonna learn. Y'all gonna learn for 2028.
Got new young kids.
Christians was already here.
I think
the young kids.
All right, y'all see if the Dems win again in 2028.
I think
we already know they're gonna lose.
So we just we took 50 minutes to discuss the importance
Charlie Wilson.
Charlie.
For 50 minutes. Charlie Wilson for 50 minutes.
So let's get back to another part of the conversation.
No, I was gonna, let me just say this. Like, I agree, like, from the looks of things, it seemed like this is the party of folders. Everybody in this motherfucker folding. People too scared to say anything. We ain't fighting against the machine. Oh, I'm gonna lose everything. It's just too, like, I swear to God, my ancestors, my grandmother right now, I know she rolling up in her grave because that bitch was gangster and she didn't give a fuck about how nobody felt about the things that she said. But I don't know too many black people that would be folded like they are right now, and that's the part that's sad to me. I wouldn't give a fuck about a Charlie Kirk ever in life. I would always remind the people, and yes, preach to the fucking choir, because the other choir is being preached to right the fuck now, so I'm gonna preach to them too and tell them that cracker that they was fucking with wasn't shit, and his mama and his daddy wasn't shit neither, and his kids probably ain't gonna be shit neither. And I'm gonna keep saying it, and that's what the fuck you need to keep saying instead of he was influential. Fuck that influence. We're gonna combat the influence with better influence, and that's what I'm saying. So there's that. Thank you.
Well, I do think you need to know your enemy and know when there's a lot going on, because when we plan, we have to know our enemy, because that's what's going to shape the growth of our fucking plan, right? You have to know who he was targeting, because that awareness is going to prevent what surprise is going to come about. I'm very aware that he was on these campuses. There's never going to be a Ben Shapiro on those campuses. There's not going to be a Tucker Carlson on those campuses. Not in the capacity that he was doing. He started at 18 years old. And he's been doing this shit up to age of 32. So that's the thing. Maybe, I don't know, I can't speak for Queen. Maybe that's what she was trying to get at, that you got to recognize that there is something that was going on with that little movement. Whether you want to think it's this, that, another, it was a movement. Even with Payday or these young Democrats, the fucking turning point is not the young Republican parties that they had on these campuses. Those are now rhinos. Those kids don't really exist. This MAGA thing is about white males. It's about them being left out. It's a whole fucking different type of movement. And they're on campuses. That's all we were saying. Or at least I was saying, and I think Queen may have been saying the same thing too. I don't give a fuck if 3 million new followers followed him. I can tell you, when you got young kids following him at these college campuses, that's a problem. Because they've never been like this. Kids always want to save the world.
Yeah, this is the lowest college voter turnout ever.
Yeah, I mean, it was very down.
So I'm saying, I just don't. I can guarantee probably at the end of the 4 years I'm gonna be the enemy, because this shit seems soft to me. I'm sorry. I just, we've assessed the enemy. We've seen who it is. We got it. But to keep saying, going back and saying, oh, so the fuck what? They went on the college campus and harassed unprepared teens. Like, let's be real about what the fuck happened. And even if we gotta lie about it, They do. They discredit people 5, 6, 7 degrees, but we, Charlie Kirk, a 9-degree dropout, we gotta, like act like he had some profound thing, man. Fuck that. Fuck that. Fuck all that. I ain't with none of that shit, man. Charlie Kirk was Charlie Kirk. He passed. Let's move the fuck on. Let's wrap this up by 6. I'm not on that side.
You got Jim.
And when I'm done. And so I feel like, I don't know, we're literally a year in and we still doing this. Like, they're not playing fair. I just want everybody to understand that. So trying to play fair, or trying to play fair with a person who's going to knock the fucking chessboard over in the middle of the game is very futile.
But I think that's why I like what that's why I like what Gavin Newsom is doing. I think a lot of people miss what he's doing. Talking like Trump, he's coming at him. He's getting up where it hurts, right? And he's getting up under his skin. And he's been a fighter. And I think that's why a lot of people are kind of turning toward him now, because he's actually the one fighting and talking shit. A lot of them in Congress do what they do. They capitulate. They vote for these resolutions. Say, no, we're against this. This is what he's doing. But
they're not even playing fair.
So Gavin Newsom is actually out there fighting, talking shit, and doing things that say, hey, I'm going to push back against this administration. I'm not going to just sit here and capitulate to these authoritarian moves.
But Hotep, they're not even playing fair with him, though, because he said something the other day, and they tried to call the Secret Service on him, talking about, he was making a threat.
That's what they do.
Right, of course, though. They're not even playing fair, but we see how it's like... No, exactly. That's what I'm saying. But we see it's like Jess said, it's like them, y'all trying to be angels and you playing against fucking demons. You gotta get dirty. It's no way around it. This nice tiptoeing around.
But did you see what he did?
These motherfuckers is not going to be the answer. You gotta get dirty.
But did you see what he did?
No way.
He turned it around and at the Secret Service on what Trump said in 220 about Bernie. So I mean, like I said, he's fighting fire with fire, which is what we need to be. Hey, I agree. He's doing the work.
But it's
you gotta throw a flamethrower at that bitch. I don't know when the Dems are gonna wake up and see that this is not your regular rodeo. We are in hell, and you need to suit up, because this is not regular politics and shit. And any narrative that we help back is gonna slap us in the face. We've seen it happen before. I don't know why we doing it again, but y'all can call me whatever, but I guarantee you, y'all will be agreeing with me later.
And not even that, so you know what? I was thinking about, the fucking Democrats, y'all really do. Y'all gonna have to do something. But we got a little handful, a little sprinkle of Democrats that's still about that life. Like I said, Gavin, AOC. It's a lot of people that don't give a fuck, and they just gonna say or feel about how Charlie Kirk is, how they feel. And that's what they need to focus on. And y'all need to do with the fuck in real life, like the Democrats with some money. They need to do like the Republicans do and pick one of them Charlie Kirk motherfuckers off the internet and push their ass like the Republicans did Charlie Kirk, since he was so influential. They could do the same fucking thing, because there's a gang of people on the internet right now that could be that.
He has been putting money behind people. So
yeah, they're going to have to. They're going to have to get a Charlie Kirk on this side.
There's a difference in politics when you're talking about Charlie Kirk versus these influencers, because there are influencers on our side, right? And they're very active. The problem is how they influence. They're not going to be a Charlie Kirk, because there's certain things Charlie Kirk says that you would never hear, that would come out
of the Democrat mouth. But that's the thing. I've listened to some, right? Because I'm on them internet streets, and it's a lot of influencers that they're not putting no money behind. They probably not even paying attention to.
They're not putting money behind none of them.
That they need to, because
Dean Withers is one of the top He young.
Listen,
born in
though.
2000.
Yeah, damn.
Listen, though.
You got Sophia, that one girl, Sophia. They put money behind her.
No,
not like what they did
Charlie
Charlie
right now on the internet. Dean's getting fucked up by the left. They're not fucking with Dean.
Well,
There's some other people that's on the internet that don't nobody know about that could really
say something about
them run for the money.
Destiny is
But you know why they fucking with Dean, right?
Because he was crying over Charlie.
No, even before that, they were fucking with him before that because he taught he's nothing like a Harry Sisson or the Sophia chick. He's more of a confrontational type person.
I think there's a woman on here trying to speak.
Yeah, Charlie Kirk. He's the one that won debate.
All right, I'm Hope Chopper. Somebody, there's a lady's voice that keeps trying to get in there.
It's me.
I don't know who me is.
No, the trigger.
You better jump in before that double Dutch rope hits you right in your face.
Right.
I know, I'm trying. I'm trying. But no, everybody really has some good points. I just kind of, can y'all hear me okay?
Yeah.
Before I go into, okay. I'm coming from the world where, like, okay, so I'm on the Christian side because I, really about that life. So I have a lot of Christian followers. And so, yeah, it's been a lot of divide, right? But this guy, and I mean, some people have already said that Charlie Kirk, he was doing this from a long time, since he was 18. He has built support off of these hot takes that nobody would say, right? Nobody else would say these things like black people were better when they were, under Jim Crow because they committed less crimes. Like that's the Civil Rights Act was a mistake. Like he said these things that people believed, and that's why he had the large following because these were secret people who would never say this stuff but agree with him 100%, right? And so he's been building this for decades. So it was, of course, he wasn't like, let me just finish. Of course, he wasn't like the main person for them because he's saying these things that, in normal life, you would get canceled for, you know what I'm saying? He's saying these things and he's being indignant about it and hiding it behind Christianity. And so, yeah, he wasn't their main guy because, no one's going to say these things or promote these, fallacious things that he was saying. And it paid him well. So, of course, also, you guys were talking about his wife. His wife is going to do everything and promote everything he was saying, probably more so, because it paid her bills too, right? This is how he made money. But this on the side of his influence, right? He was on the same level, right, as Candace Owens and Tucker Carlson, and those two names actually, I believe, before all of this were way more popular than him, right? I kind of hear him here and there. I did not hear his name as much as I hear Tucker Carlson and the black girl, right? So of course he was just on their level. He wasn't like the main guy, but there's a lot of stuff behind the scenes that these people who get paid for saying these salacious things get that we have no idea, and it's really connected to politics. Because they see how loud these people are about their takes, like Republican and conservative takes. They see how much, they can get from the social media side, so they make these secret ties. But like Candace Owens has been talking about how Israel offered him $150 million, and he turned it down to promote them even heavier because he wasn't about that. So it's a lot of stuff that we have no idea about that was going on behind the scenes. And so it's really deeper than anybody could ever even think of. But he was popular, but he was not like, I agree 100% with people that said that he wasn't that big a deal. In retrospect, he was not as big as they're bigging him up right now. But he had a large following who believed a lot of the things, the racist things that he would talk about. And, that's all I was saying.
So what you said that reminded me of something when you said that he would talk about black people and say that black people were Like, use the little talking points about black people or
Jim
whatever.
Crow, they committed less crime. He was saying that black people were the most religious
So
people.
I just want okay, thank you. So I just want to just point out something because he definitely ain't come up with that, and that ain't even no talking point that they thought was comfortable to say, even though they believed that shit was true. The reason why, and this is, I hate these niggas so much. The reason why all of these things is happening is because of the manosphere. It is. Because when you said that shit that you just said about black people, I'm thinking about sitting on Clubhouse for the past 5 years and just listening to the talking points of a certain group of people and the things that they said about women, the things that they said about black people being better during Jim Crow and all of these things, right? And really, like, they say that white people, we are the blueprint, and they be getting shit from us all the time. They copy us, and this is the hole that a lot of niggas done dug for themselves. This is why we got to be careful about who we have listening in on these conversations and the things that you say publicly about your own people, because it comes to bite you in the ass. Because literally, he was using talking points that I heard on YouTube, Clubhouse, fucking Instagram, TikTok, and all of the other things, all of the other social media platforms in the last 5 years.
And this is
I don't know how long he been around. I ain't really hearing him until before this, past election season. But it's indicative of the things that he said was very much so the things that niggas said about their own women, their children, and their own community.
Yeah,
so
we've got to move the mic around because there's other people that want to say
something. I'm not gonna say anything else.
No, you can say more, babe, but like Mari's up here, Alpha's up here.
Then before Omari goes, I just want to say that y'all's talking points are gonna sound just like his, and if y'all think that that's what like is the move, all y'all, he's about to repeat everything y'all just said. Go ahead, Omari.
Man, I'm about to repeat everything. I just got in here, so I don't even know what
Even better. How do you feel about Charlie Kirk?
Man, rest in peace. I mean, that's what else can you say? What is there to say?
Another one bites the dust.
I think he was asking, aside from him being dead, what do you think about his sentiment when he did his college tours? Because that's what the conversation is about. It's about
his popularity, his influence.
I mean, I think he was medium. I don't think he was like super popular. I mean, I think you have folks like like the Candace Owens and them that are probably a little bit were more popular. But when it comes to, let's see, he's been doing this since he was 18 when he dropped out. So I mean, he definitely, I don't know, I think he red pilled more young people, I would say, but not that many people really liked him. I don't know. A lot of Republicans didn't like him. I think until he like actually passed away, and then I think that's when a lot of people jumped on the bandwagon.
Interesting.
We agree.
Well, there you have it. Someone live from the right side said he wasn't all of that.
He's right. He wasn't popular.
He's saying that because he forgot that Kirk still got the IRS.
Don't get disrespectful because I can't do it.
Okay, so now we're gonna go to the left because this is getting y'all started.
Can I finish?
These niggas getting on my damn nerves.
Hey, let it go.
Hey, so
Cold world. Suck a dick, Brooklyn.
Yo, people are allowed to have an opinion.
Stop it.
I'm not gonna do this today.
So Omari,
Y'all about to fight in the room because my head hurts. Y'all gonna allow people to have an opinion, okay? We're not doing this shit. Like, y'all keep talking over each other.
So Omari,
Y'all pissing me off. If I don't get my refrigerator,
you need to put something in your mouth and shut the fuck up.
Chill.
What is going on, Patty?
She didn't say that to motherfuckers. Y'all wild.
Just don't talk to me.
So what do you want me to say?
Y'all about to get this room booked.
What the fuck do you want me to say? I'm trying to clean my goddamn refrigerator. All Lord, please help me. 5 seconds.
Yo,
Just
this is hilarious, bro.
Check this out. Let me tell you something. We're just trying to have a conversation, okay? Now, if y'all want to keep fucking cursing at each other or whatever, go fucking make a room and do that, and y'all can go fight. Right now, like, y'all all have conversations together. And now y'all want to call another person stupid. This person ain't, y'all always do this shit, bitch. Or this person calls the other person. What did you just say, Queen, that I'm not dealing with today?
She told me to put a dick in my mouth, Patty. That was
you're not talking about putting nobody's dick in nobody's mouth. You don't have a dick, Queen.
She needs to put something in there. She need to put something in her mouth and shut the fuck up.
She in a bad mood today. I'm gonna give you a break today.
I mean, she the only one that rude, but I guess I gotta
bitches. Y'all are so fucking
now call me another bitch and I'ma disrespect
y'all are so fucking fake. Cultural, I don't give a goddamn what.
And I don't either, motherfucker.
You can suck a dick too.
All right, nigga. You better watch your motherfucking mouth, you little dyke bitch. So I roast your motherfucking ass.
Yo. Stop talking about putting dicks in people's mouths.
Yo, tell this little dyke to watch her fucking mouth.
It's King though, for real, Patty. Like she got it control. Cause
you motherfucking deformed little nigga. You better watch who you talking to. I don't disrespect you, bitch.
You don't disrespect me.
You better shut your motherfucking ass up and figure out a gender, bitch. I'm the wrong bitch.
Everybody.
I don't never disrespect your motherfucking goofy ass.
I think.
Actually, think the somewhat the HB1 visa deal is good for some. I've got some friends that have paid off for.
So now you're liking the Trump ideas, huh? Now you're liking this shit, huh?
No, listen. So you can like ideas, Mountain, but not like the leader. Right? I can like what the person.
Were you expecting?
Oh my God! We're not doing this. Like we don't
shut
care.
The fuck up, Pepe. I'm talking to him.
No, but you're like derailing.
No, dude, shut the fuck up. You're so gay. Let us talk.
Shut up, you fucking mountain billy goat fucking
God
dick.
damn it, bro. You're so fucking selfish. Earlier you were saying you didn't like Nick Fuentes.
Can we move Mountain and Shrimp both down?
Nick, I think you were trying to get in there.
I'm not the one who moved him, by the way.
I say to Trent, hey Trent, you work in automotive too, just like I do. We're getting crushed by these tariffs. I mean, dude, like it is really hurting our bottom line. But now we're trying to go to the OEMs. We're trying to go to Ford, GM, Stellantis, Mercedes, BMW, and tell them like, hey, dude, we've incurred all these extra costs. We're raising our prices, but like almost monthly, I got to meet, or well, twice a month, I got to meet with the head of purchasing and one of our other business unit controllers just to like differentiate where these tariffs are going. It's such a bitch to track. Like you don't know how much extra work this is. It's highly scrutinized because my parent company's out of Germany. They are crushing us on this.
Yeah, repeat that one more time, Sean. I think I cut you off. Go ahead, brother. I'm sorry.
Nick, who do you work for, if you don't mind me asking, man? So,
I can't dox myself. I'm sorry.
Oh, Jesus. I've doxed myself. I work for a subsidiary or a joint venture of Ford. There are I'll give you, there are cons and pros on both sides, but for Ford, because 72 to 80% of our vehicles are built in the U.S. already.